And we're live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come join. One man went to mow. You know the score. You know what time it is. You know what we do. You know where we do it, and you know why we do it. And we cannot do it without your presence. So gather, come join. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed. Yes,
Missing someone. With all your missing someone with much and you deserve and you
So plenty to go through and no really time to waste. Your presence is all that is required. The materials are ready. I am present. Are you? One man went to mow. We're going to the eastern quarters. We're going to the western quarters, and we're speculating on what the Mallamis are, what the Mallamis intentions are. So gather, come join. One man went to mow.
from the start. Missing someone is as normal. Missing someone and missing someone is as normal. Missing someone.
So one man went to mow. Gather, come join. I'm expecting your presence, and I was expecting rather more of you than this, but of course, others are just making their coffee to join us later. So to the space we go immediately. There's no really time to waste. Too many important things to discuss. The hyperlink is there for you to come and join me live on screen. So we just dive straight into it and tackle matters. To the Igboho space we go first. Fulani leaders boasting Aso Rock threaten more killings of Yorubas. So this is now what is taking place now. Their feathers are up and they are feeling arrogant and cocky. Of course, their lord and master has gone to savage the home of a leading Yoruba man, and that, of course, emboldens them off the back of kidnapping Nnamdi Kanu. Again, the headline, Fulani leaders boast in Aso Rock, threaten more killings of Yorubas. So now let's not see what this means. Yoruba diaspora group Yoruba One Voice has made a strong allegation against Fulani leaders. On Thursday, the organization Yoruba diaspora group Yoruba One Voice YOV has made a strong allegation against Fulani leaders. On Thursday, the organization alleged that the Fulanis routinely make threats against the Yorubas right inside the presidential villa in Abuja. YOV restated its position for the actualization of Yoruba nation, saying attempts to restructure Nigeria under President Muhammadu Buhari is an exercise in futility. At a press conference held at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., and aired globally via Zoom, the group expressed worry at the spate of insecurity across Nigeria. YOV said the agitation for Yoruba nation had become imperative as the race could no longer tolerate killer headsmen in the southwest. Chairman, Foreign Affairs Department, and organizers of the conference, Debo Adekoya, decried the killings by Fulani headsmen supported by the federal government of Nigeria. Adekoya drew the attention of the public to videos on social media showing the massacre of Yoruba men, women, and children. He lamented that the palace of a traditional ruler was razed and business premises vandalized in Oyo. The latest was the attack on Chief Sunday Igboho's residence, where 8 people were killed with wanton destruction on his property. Fulani leaders openly talk about their affinity to Aso Rock Presidential Villa Abuja, boasting that any attempt to chase them away from Yoruba land will lead to more killing. Adekoya noted that the current agitation is not new and is supported by millions of Yorubas all over the world. He said they is said to subjugate the Yoruba people in the First Republic. Is said to subjugate the Yoruba people in the First Republic. Chief Obafemi Awolowo was jailed by the Fulani Hausa oligarchy on trumped-up charges of treason. The YOV chieftain recalled that Moshood Abiola MKO won the 1993 presidential election, defeating his challenger Bashir Tofa, a Kano native. Adekoya accused the Hausa Fulani oligarchy of arresting and killing Abiola for insisting on the validation of his victory. Adekoya said in Nigeria, more than 60 million Yorubas who are highly industrious, intelligent, and doing exploits all over the world are being subjugated by the Fulani oligarchy. What we are seeking is simple. We want to direct our own affairs without interference because we have sufficient means for a comfortable livelihood and statehood, Adekoya stated. So Yoruba nation is dead. Long live Yoruba nation, essentially, is what is being said there. The army now comes out to speak on the attack on Sunday Igboho's premises. So let's see what the Aboki, the Fulani soldiers have to say. Nigerian army reacts to attack on Sunday Igboho's residence. So let's find out if it's yay or nay. The Nigerian army has, pardon me, the Nigerian army has reacted to an attack on the residence of Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, by gunmen dressed in military attire. The correspondents reported that at least 7 people were killed at the residence of the self-proclaimed Yoruba Nation agitator located in Soka area of Ibadan, Oyo State, during an early morning attack on Thursday. Although correspondents are yet to make an independent verification, it was reported that properties worth millions of naira were destroyed by the assailants. Igboho's wife and several others were also said to have been whisked away during the attack. Leader of the umbrella body of Yoruba self-determination groups, Ilana Omo Odudua, Banji Aketoye, who disclosed the development in a statement made available to newsmen by his communications manager Maxwell Adeleye, blamed the attack on President Muhammadu Buhari. Akitoye alleged that the attack was carried out by elements of the Nigerian army who were accompanied by international terrorists hired by the Nigerian government, whilst further revealing that the assailants spoke French language fluently. Akitoye stressed that the attack on Igboho's residence was unnecessary. Reacting to Akitoye's statement, spokesman of the Nigerian army, Onyema, so this is why the Ojoro starts in. So they send in a Fulani, a total 100% Fulani troop to Soka area in Ibadan to go and assassinate Sunday Igboho. Troops from Niger Republic, etc., foreigners, they sent them to the heartland of Yoruba land, Ibadan, to go and assassinate a leading Yoruba man, but they failed because, of course, you know now, Sunday Igboho, they call him Igboho Osha, and now you see why. He was in that house when they got there, but then he was not there when they arrived. This is the narrative. Only one leg from the floor, and then of course he finds himself in Nikon Nuga Hilton, Washington DC or something. This is it. Gbabima Gbabe, Kanoko, and whatnot. To the point that these empty-headed barbarians were shooting cats and dogs because they thought the guy had turned himself into a cat or a dog. This is the thing, the Abokis. But we carry on. Reacting to Akitoye's statement, spokesman of the Nigerian army, so this is where the Ojoro starts, and they go and savage with the Fulani troop, but then the spokesman. So reacting to Akitoye's statement, spokesman of the Nigerian army, Oyema Nwachukwu, said he was not aware that the Nigerian soldiers were responsible for the attack. There is nothing like that. I don't have that information. Soldiers did not carry out an attack on Igboho, the army spokesman told correspondents via a telephone interview. So denial now, just a flat denial without any embellishment. So you can just take that, dismiss that as soon as the spit that was used to say it hits the floor. So that is that. Okay, so the other narrative that I wanted to bring you was a Kenyan journalist saying he had no involvement in the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu. So that is not strong enough a narrative to discuss. But let me bring you this one that somebody sent me via Instagram. So bear with me. It's on WhatsApp. So let me just so that gives it its own context, but I'll bring it to you anyway. This is an Igbo narrative. Let me actually just bear with me one moment. I should probably have done this prior, but I'll copy it into a Word pad, so it's an easier read. So as I do that, I'll just continue to ramble on some nonsense, just not to have a voice. Okay, so there it is. So I have that now, but before I go to that one, let me go to this one. Bear with me. Nnamdi Kanu, Nigerian government reveals kind of treatment IPOB leader would get. So that is one. The other one that I wanted to bring you, bear with me. Actually, let me come into the room to let in some people so we can just get some quick soundings on the situation. So Ola, we see you. Speak. Ola, we see you. Speak to the space. Then I'll bring a couple more narratives. Then I'll come to engineer. So Ola, to you. Speak to the space. Ola.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Ola.
Yeah, so on Sunday Igboho, I've tried to listen to so many people. Like I said earlier in the morning, I was monitoring the event. Unfortunately for me, today is a public holiday, so it afforded me a lot of time. I tried to monitor. But I'm still wondering if Nigeria military actually carried this or those people hired were fully foreign mercenary. Because why am I thinking in that direction is that won't it be stupid for Buhari and whosoever in power to start building a case against themselves? Because whatever they own now, I know that it's temporary, and the way I'm seeing things is that Nigeria is about to change. I won't be surprised before the end of this year. I don't know how it's going to happen if Buhari is kicked out of the office, because it is getting to the point of avalanching now, the way things are going. So now, it's not a surprise to me if they want Sunday Igboho dead. If they want him dead, just because that's the only person that has been so strong in resisting this guy, while the other warriors in Yoruba or the other elders is either they were still planning or they are still calculating, while others even focus more on what they are going to benefit. So at the end of the day, those people that we allow Fulani or whosoever militia to take over Yoruba, the South, we beat those people in the south, because those guys focus more on what they are going to benefit than the danger that is looming. So that's the way I see it. As for Sunday Igboho, I don't think, well, I don't know how 45 is, but eventually, well, he might escape them, he might run away from them. And but those people that I pity are those people that are lending support to the leaders, and those people that are putting Nigerians in a precarious situation without even thinking of the implication. So I read what is it Professor Labanji or whosoever that released that statement. I read what the statement the press released. I read how they are taking Buhari, they are holding Buhari responsible for whatever is happening, which is normal. It is still like this, because if you have the commander in chief that is supposed to defend the territorial integrity of the country, and yet it is convenient for them to tell you that they are foreign mercenary, and instead of facing the problem, they will rather delegate the excuse and tell you that those people are foreign mercenary. So to me, I don't know. I see that Nigeria is going to a situation whereby there could be change. There could be change of power anytime from now. I know that I may sound
Well,
funny.
we can only hope, but I think Buhari had anticipated that, and I think one of his biggest fears is what happened to him in his first incarnation when he was cooled by Babangida. But then I think he's probably prepared for that. But thank you, Ola. Let me bring you a couple more narratives. Can I ask you to mute yourself, Ola, just so we don't get feedback as I bring this up? So now the Nigerian government via Lai Mohammed speaks to the Nnamdi Kanu narrative, and of course that Ajebota lifestyle is what they are narrating. Bling bling lifestyle, Gucci, Fendi, private jets, champagnes, and girls with big bottoms. This is the life that Lai Mohammed is telling us that Nnamdi Kanu lived. So he goes on Radio Biafra to do his chanting, collects the membership fee, and in return, he lives this life of private jets and fat bottom girls. So fat bottom girls, as guys, I bring you this. Nnamdi Kanu lived five-star lifestyle, traveled in private jets, a headline attributed to Lai Mohammed. So the lifestyle of the rich and famous, living like an Arab prince. Again, the headline, Nnamdi Kanu lived a five-star life, traveled in private jet, a headline attributed to Lai Mohammed. So now let's now see what Liar has to say. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, on Thursday alleged that the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, lived a five-star lifestyle across several countries. He said Kanu traveled on chartered private jets, lived in luxury apartments, and was always turning out in designer wares and shoes. Speaking on Kanu's rearrest at a press conference in Abuja, Mohammed said the IPOB leader was rearrested through a collaboration effort between Nigerian security agencies and their international counterpart. The minister said, as you are aware, the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, has been rearrested and repatriated to Nigeria to resume his trial. This was made possible through the collaboration of Nigerian security and intelligence agencies. Kanu, who is facing an 11-count charge of treason, treasonable felony, terrorism, and illegal possession of firearms, amongst others, jumped bail in 2017 and left the country. On Tuesday, Kanu was rearraigned in court and ordered to be remanded in the custody of the DSS, whilst the case was adjourned till July the 26th/27th, 2021. Gentlemen, the federal government wishes to commend the Nigerian security and intelligence agencies who collaborated to rearrest the proscribed IPOB leader in one of the most classic operations of its type in the world. So let me just pause there for a moment. So setting aside any and everything, so can somebody please mute themselves? Or let me just come in and mute people. Yeah, so just for the feedback, so let me just pause there for a moment. So setting aside the force and against, and of course I'm against Buhari and for Nnamdi Kanu and for the emancipation. So I'm against necessarily Buhari for reasons that you are all against him. But as a world event, this goes down as a classic. This goes down as raid on Entebbe. This goes down on the as a Gaddafi Lockerbie sort of incident. This goes down as the Prince of Saudi and Adnan Khashoggi sort of incident. This is an epic moment. This is a masterful moment. This is a masterstroke outside of everything else, because of course this is capacity that you vest even not in the Americans but really the Israelis. So this now shows the potency of that country called Nigeria. So we take it from the top of that paragraph again. Gentlemen, the federal government wishes to commend the Nigerian security and intelligence agencies who collaborated to rearrest the proscribed IPOB leader in one of the most classic operations of its type in the world. We commend the professionalism, the diligence, patriotism, and painstaking efforts of our security and intelligence agencies. We also thank the sister international agencies that collaborated with us to pull off this arrest. It will interest Nigerians to know that for over 2 years, our security and intelligence it will interest Nigerians to know that for over 2 years, our security and intelligence agencies were on the trail of the proscribed IPOB leader as he lived a five-style it will so let me just take that all over again. It will interest Nigerians to know that for over 2 years, our security and intelligence agencies were on the trail of the proscribed IPOB leader as he lived a five-star life across several countries, traveling in chartered private aircraft, private jets, living in luxury apartments, and turning out in designer clothes and shoes. Of course, as we all saw, he was wearing an attire made by Fendi, a luxury Italian fashion brand, when he was arrested. So Fendi this and Gucci that, fancy babes, and now Wuse prison. So that is the narrative of the Nnamdi Kanu storyline. So let's go to Britain now to see what they are saying. What Britain are saying, of course, is that they can only offer consular services to Nnamdi Kanu, and they don't at all have the weight or the will to intercede. Breaking, British High Commission makes statement on Nnamdi Kanu's arrest. So now let's now see the double talk that we usually get from Britain. The British High Commission has weighed in on the recent arrest of Nnamdi Kanu, the fugitive leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. Dan Hurlock, a spokesperson to the commission, disclosed that they are aware of Kanu's arrest, but that he was not captured in the United Kingdom, as reported by some news platforms. Hurlock said, "We can confirm that Nnamdi Kanu was not arrested in the United Kingdom for extradition purposes. It will be recalled that Kanu has been on the run since 2017 when he jumped bail whilst facing trial for treasonable felony. He was produced in court on Tuesday before Justice Binta Nyako, who remanded him in DSS custody until July the 26th. It will be recalled that Kanu is a British citizen and resident in the United Kingdom." So that is the Kanu narrative. Let me just see if I can bring you a little addition to that, just that British position, because of course, you may well think that he has been abandoned by Britain, but that might not necessarily be the totality of what has happened. There was a particular thing that I saw that Britain has a position on this, which just bear with me. So Britain has a position on this as just a standard foreign policy position that they cannot and will not, or but more importantly, cannot intercede to try and extricate a British citizen from foreign detention. So essentially, I saw it and I had it lined up, but it's not especially important. But that is the position. So, to you, engineer, then, what are you making of this? Uh, 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 Fendi and Gucci shoes, but at last, no more.
Good evening, everyone, and good morning to the other areas. To be honest, when you come to think about Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, it's unfortunate that the level of how he was being kidnapped from another country to Nigeria, and also is something that is a wake-up call to every Nigerian national who lives abroad. So one have to be very mindful now how you move. Because
Well, it's too late for you and me. They already have us, so it's just when they come and pick us up is the question. So they already know where we are.
Yeah, that's the thing. So when you come to reality, one have to be very careful. So now, this guy was picked in according to his family member from is it Kenya, right?
Kenya.
Yeah. So there are something that is going on there. If this is what I said, and I will keep saying it again. If this guy should go to Kenya with a visiting visa from United Kingdom, I believe that's where the Kenyan authority, they've done wrong. And if Britain should come out and said, okay, if as long as he's going there for visit and they stamp his passport as a visitor with the British passport, that means he'll be returned back to Britain. But if he goes there with a dual citizen of Nigerian passport, that's going to be a long way. That's going to be no way, to be honest, because if you should use your West African passport to go there, there will be no chance for Britain to come in. So that's where I see a little bit problem from there. And as of what happened to him, it's clearly set up, and it's clearly betrayed. I'm 100% sure that one of his friend or one of his teammates.
But engineer, what are you making of this narrative or this spin that they are now trying to introduce to his narrative that is just a playboy on the make, living this champagne lifestyle and just collecting these membership fees from the gullible? This is what what is his name? This is what Lai Mohammed is saying in essence, and this has been the narrative. He will just come and shout a fulefu for 2 hours. They will pay him $1 million. He's on a private jet to go and those fat bottom girls in Brazil. This is
but if that man should come and shout Ofulefu, if you look at it, his Ofulefu is right, because once upon a time his Ofulefu shut every Nigerian shops. People didn't open the shops, and it's a slap to Nigerian government. That's the gospel truth. And if they keep saying, "Oh, he's just shambling the money or taking women up and down," that's how did they know? Because were they in his shoe or are they teammates? So sometimes we need to look at things from every angle.
Well, no, they're just going by his presentation when they caught him. So obviously, he flew into Kenya on a private jet, all decked out in Fendi top to toe. People estimate 4-7 grand just in the clothing. I'm sure that would have helped some Biafran person or the other. So champagne, Gucci, bling bling, and pretty girls.
If he's going, he's not going for all those things. He's going for some other activities. He's going for some other reason, for his agitation with Nigerian people. And sometimes if we look at how Lai Mohammed he narrated everything, it's like he's saying the opposite side of things. So at least by now, every Nigerian should know who Lai Mohammed is. So it's somebody that will come out and say anything that you can see something is white, but he will paint it black. So Lai Mohammed
Sorry to interject you. I want to add to that if one man allows me to
Yeah,
do.
carry on. You interject,
You,
and then I'll bring a couple
you,
more narrations, and I'll take a
you,
couple more opinions. So, yeah,
you,
carry on.
you see, one thing is Lai Mohammed is a metaphor and a perfect representation of the tragedy Nigeria is in now. See, I think, for example, they say wisdom comes with age. Not only that, when you are a government official, sometimes you need to speak to issues, not speaking to personality. Now, whether Mazi Nnamdi Kanu travel with submarine, or that's not been an issue as long as it's not investing your fund. You don't even know how he raises his money. That should never be his headache. But the problem here is this: Lai Mohammed leaves issues and starts talking of pettiness. And if you have this type of brain piloting the affairs of the country, that is
No, no, no,
tragedy.
no, no, you are missing the point. I'm sure you are familiar with the term spin doctor. This was popular in the 80s, especially during that Blair Bush era. What is the something, Alistair something? Well, Alistair Campbell was Tony Blair's spin doctor back in those days. What they do is to obfuscate fact and paint it in a narrative that still is factual in some loose sense, but gives a coloration. So what is his name? Lai Mohammed is inviting you to do, which is essentially what I am doing now. But I'm doing it, of course, as a satire, but of course, essentially the space. So he's inviting you to look at this guy in Fendi top to toe, traveling in private jets and speaking to poverty-stricken people in the East, that it is one of them. So he's trying to, color him bad,
Yeah,
change.
That's a distraction, unnecessary distraction.
No, but
Because this
that is
guy,
politics. That is politics.
yeah,
That is spin
yeah,
doctor. That is spin doctoring. That
we
is
understood this politics, one man.
yeah.
Look, how old is Lai Mohammed?
He has
Let's
to
start
color.
from there.
Nah,
How old
yeah,
is Lai
no,
Mohammed?
forget his age now.
it's a very
He's doing an excellent. He's a very clever man, like Mohammed. I think he came up with the first. Don't
No,
underestimate that. It's a
clever
sharp
in the way
brain.
that, see, every Nigerians who lives abroad, they know who that man is. But Nigerians who live at home. So his issue, there's nothing to worry about, because if Lai Mohammed should say something out of 10, 9.5 is lie. You
And that
understand?
is why they call him liar
Yeah,
Mohammed.
I was waiting for
So,
somebody to say that, and you were the first. Ajani Koko.
so his
no.
name goes with, at the time,
You-
if his own grandkids will ask him, why are you bearing that name, and they call you liar? So come on, you can see.
you see, we are talking of serious issues, and someone is diverting our attention. The
Well,
question now should be
that is his
between.
job, though. They have to diminish him. They have to paint him in a particular sort of way,
But
to hammer
but
him even
what of
more. So
them?
this is
What kind of lifestyle do they live?
Exactly. And on
When
the
he
public
travel out
front.
or to anywhere, does he stay in 3-star hotel? Is it not lifestyle 5-star hotel?
of course now, but
With a long motorcade following him everywhere he goes, with plenty of security.
yes,
I mean, those people are bastard, man. Shouldn't listen to them.
So
all right.
we are not talking of the public front now.
Hold on, everyone. Let me bring you a couple more narration, and then we'll get really into it. So hold on, mute yourselves, please. Nnamdi Kanu, Nigerian government reveals kind of treatment IPOB leader will get. So no doubt, still Lai Mohammed speaking. The Nigerian government has replied to those calling for a fair trial of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. Nnamdi Kanu was rearrested by the Nigerian government during the week and has been detained at the Department of State Services (DSS). Speaking at a press conference in Abuja on Thursday, Lai Mohammed, the Minister of Information and Culture, promised that the IPOB leader will receive a fair deal of what he denied victims of violence he allegedly caused in the Southeast. According to him, it is interesting that many are suddenly calling for a fair trial for Kanu as if he didn't get one before he decided to jump bail and flee. However, I can assure you that the fair deal that Kanu denied many of the victims of the violence which he willfully instigated through his broadcasts and tweets will not be denied him. Finally, there have been speculations on how this rearrest was pulled off and in which country the hitherto fugitive leader of the proscribed IPOB was nabbed. What we can tell you once again is that the rearrest was made possible by the diligent effort of our security and intelligence agencies in collaboration with countries with which we have obligations. We continue to respect and honor the obligations. So that is Lai Mohammed. So let me now bring you this. This is a commentary from an Igbo person. So this is from Onugare Ezekiah Okegbeni. So this is this person speaking. Onugare Ezekiah Okegbeni. So this is what he has to say. Well, I personally don't believe that Kanu's trial will be. Let me just sorry, just bear with me one quick second. Let me just increase the font of this so I don't have to strain to see it. Okay. So this is it. It says, well, I personally don't think that Kanu's trial will be lopsided. The thing is, his social media activities are more than enough evidence to jail anyone through a free and fair judicial process without any reason to be unjust, even in the most corrupt society on the planet. So that is the opening salvo. And set aside sentimentality and listen to what this guy is saying. He's saying that just the things alone that Nnamdi Kanu does and says on social media, the instigation, the call to arms, etc., is sufficient enough, even with a free and fair trial. The things that he has done and said is sufficient enough to jail this guy. This is what this person is saying. An Igbo person, no doubt, Onugori Hezekiah Okeobene. So he says, well, I personally don't think that Kanu's trial will be lopsided. The thing is, his social media activities are more than enough evidence to jail anyone through a free and fair judicial process without any reason to be unjust, even in the most corrupt of societies on the planet. Secondly, many of you are just assuming that Kanu has been brought back to simply continue his case from where it previously stopped, but I hate to be the bearer of bad news. He is now facing more charges than you can recite from your mouth. In case you've forgotten, he incited violence against law enforcement, burning of state-owned facilities. His people burnt a governor's private residence. He formed an unsanctioned militia group in the name of ESN. So this is what this is what people are saying. Ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, without Nigerian being dubious, just following judicial due process, Kanu's life is over. So when they are saying Kanu's life is over, of course, they are not saying they are going to take his life, but essentially, there's just with the plethora of easily provable and easily levied acts of crime and instigation that he, vocally and viscerally has committed. This is what this person is saying, that this is somebody that will be in the legal hands for almost the entirety of his remaining life, unless of course a political negotiation. So ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, without Nigeria being dubious, just by following judicial due process, Kanu's life is over. He may not be given capital punishment of death, but he will spend the rest of his days behind bars. Thirdly, many just assume that if Kanu is ultimately killed, which I doubt will be the case, they are saying that something will happen. Well, let me be the first to tell you that nothing will happen. People will move on in just 90 days, 3 months. Kanu may look big, but it is just an illusion. It is just an illusion. He is not big. Without being insulting, permit me to say Kanu is nobody in Nigerian polity. He's just an over-glorified social media celebrity. Is Kanu as big as MKO, Kudirat, Ken Saro-Wiwa, Dele Giwa, Emmanuel Deko, Bola Ige, Fumi Ransom Kuti, etc.? If Kanu is killed, nothing happens. So it goes on. My people, truth be told, Kanu was blessed from heaven with a great platform and massive people following that he should have put to greater good for his people and really changed the lives massively, maybe becoming even one of the Southeast governors today, wielding influence and changing the political narrative of the region, but he squandered the opportunity by being an international noisemaker, misleading people on the president's identity, raining insults on his elders, creating violence plus introduction of avoidable deaths and conflicts and mayhem in the region. Above all, the one people want to ignore, he was defrauding unsuspecting citizens from the same region of their hard-earned money so he can wear $5,000 Fendi tracksuits amongst other yet to be known to us. This may not sound well, but that's Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's tragic flaw to you. So this is Ezekiah Okegbene Onegori. So let me spell that for you. Ezekiah, Hezekiah, and then the middle name Okeoghene, and then the last name Onogure, and it represents UN. Let me. What organization is this? UPNI. So that's just that bit. So let me come back into the room to see what people are making of it. Ajale Koko, I see you.
Yeah. How are you?
Yeah, I'm well.
Yeah. So on British double standard is very clear in this on this issue of Kanu. You can see they're talking from both sides of their mouth now. They say a day before yesterday, they kind of like they protest against his arrest, and they said they didn't know anything about it. Now today they're saying there's nothing they could do to help him out of that. If I may recall an incident that happened in I think was in 90 or something like that. The first son of the former prime minister, the late prime minister, Margaret Thatcher.
Yes, Mark, his name is.
Yeah, he involved in a coup in I think in Zimbabwe or one country.
No, it's a smaller country than Zimbabwe. I remember that Mark Thatcher, his name was.
Yeah, and it was captured, and I mean, British authority went all out to negotiate and got him out. So Nnamdi Kanu is a citizen of Britain too. It doesn't matter whether it's.
Sorry, your comparison is funny because you are comparing a master to a slave, Margaret Thatcher's son to ordinary citizen. Even though if Nnamdi Kanu a white man, you know, physically compare them. That one, now they be God now.
Okay, hold on. What I'm saying is that.
That's what you are saying.
Yeah. So when you are a citizen of a country, I don't know the way it works in Britain, but in America, and I can guarantee you, any American citizen, anywhere in the world, America will stand up for that person. Whether it's black or white or immigrant or by naturalization or anything, America authority, according to the Constitution, have a duty to go and help that person out, no matter what. So maybe the way it operates in Britain, maybe different. I don't know. One man, and those of you in Britain will know better. It doesn't matter.
Britain can actually help, but it depends on who. Like I will give example of that of Showore because it depends on that help sometimes doesn't mean that the British government will just have pronouncement. Look at how Showore's wife and is the rep, the member of the parliament within his area. You know, when you want to deal with these African leaders, you always have one thing or the other to deal with them if you really want to
And
deal
let me
with them.
tell you, let me tell you, Showore is not a citizen, but
Exactly.
only the wife
Is
who is a
Nnamdi Kanu not a
citizen.
citizen of
And you see,
Nigeria?
Wait,
no, hold
no,
on. Showore is not a citizen of United States. Just the wife is the citizen of United States. And the senators in the district where Showore live stood up for Showore
They just use that
because
campaign.
because that's just not campaign. Just hold on, man. Why do you talk like this, Ove? For God's sake. They stood up because the husband of their citizen is in trouble and he lives in United States, he have business in United States, they will stand up for that person. You understand? So that is US for you. I have a relative here that he applied for visa for the wife in Nigeria to come here. They denied the wife a visa in Nigeria. He went to the congressman here. The congressman went all the way out to contact Nigeria, the embassy in Nigeria. Why?
Ajale Koko, let me interrupt you. I just posted something in the comment section if anybody wants to go and read it. This is a guide. This is from the British government, government.uk. So gov.uk. This is a guide to British nationals abroad. This is what you can
That is
expect
what I was trying to analyze. That's what I was trying to say yesterday.
and not expect. It says if you go to page 19 of that thing that I just posted, let me just go to a paragraph of that. It says we cannot get you out of prison or detention, nor can we get special treatment for you because you are British. If, however, you are not treated in line with internationally accepted standards, we will consider approaching local authorities. This may include if your trial does not follow internationally recognized standards for a fair trial or is unreasonably delayed compared to local cases. So this is the standard British position on that, and Nnamdi Kanu is just some other person. So that is your answer right there, and that is the fullness and totality of our British intervention in Nnamdi Kanu matter. On your own, Owayo, Oyo.
You know,
No. Like I said, you know, I made the example of Ogunlowo. The question is this: approach the right quarter. If those people that are close to Maazi can just go and use the same thing, member of the parliament within that place, mount pressure. There's every possibility.
No. Hold on, Ola.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah. Hold on, engineer. Hold on, Ola. What you are saying, that could well be the case, and Ajanle Koko was citing the example of Showore's member of parliament speaking to the space. What will happen is Nnamdi Kanu's wife will speak to their member of parliament. This member of parliament will raise it as a matter on parliament. She will stand up for 10-15 minutes, say that her constituent is held illegally in custody in Nigeria, speak to the lack of rule of law in Nigeria and the brutality and the unfairness of the system. Some people will, a few people, even a good 80% of the house will say I. They will stand up and say I in support, and that will be the end of it. It's just a nothing, you know.
No,
But that's
one man, I do not agree with that.
Okay.
You see, this thing is you play on the psyche of the leaders you are dealing with. Do you think Nigerian government willingly release Showore? No. You know, when the member of the Congress started the trouble that way, they have history. That this guy, they can descend to the level of Roforovo fight that if they didn't get their way, they will start targeting the asset that all those leaders brought to their country illegally. And all of a sudden, you will start seeing the revenue people like the tax agency and some other government this thing start running after them and start creating trouble, all the cases of money laundering that they never saw before, all of a sudden will come up. See, if you've read deeply about United Kingdom, they can do the same thing. The only thing is that we were expecting
No.
to start.
You are making a false comparison there, because the Showore matter is totally different. The Showore matter is the Nigerian state is somewhat on the wrong, because in its totality they are denying that guy his freedom of speech and free expression, and that is why they yielded so easily on it. In this Nnamdi Kanu matter, it's very difficult to weigh heavily against the Nigerian state. All the Eastern Security Network forming a non-sanctioned militia group armed within the geography of a nationhood, and you are telling them to let him go. All these people acting and burning. I mean, there's just too much that we get that guy. This is beyond this. So what matter is just bread and butter.
Listen.
Nigerian military kill people at Lekki toll gate.
You are making a false analogy.
Not false analogy.
Okay, forget it. I don't know if you understand. Let's continue to talk. What is Nigerian? Nigerian army is a constituted authority of a state. ESN is some illegal structure. What parallel are you drawing?
You've not
let's hear from you.
Please, let me address what one man said.
No, you don't get it. I hope you're not going to make some ridiculous comments.
You've not let me complete my statement. That's why you said. Now, I said that there's a problem when you have a government that tells lies. One thing that Nigerian government is good at is telling lies. And once government start telling lies, it is very difficult to believe you at diplomatic level.
Which government know they talk lies?
Hold on. Let him land, because I want to see where he's going. Let him land. Carry on.
We are waiting now.
Yeah.
The Nigerian military deny killing people at Lekki toll gate. And even America.
Where are you going? Go to where you are
going.
Let
me land.
No, don't take forever. Yeah, go on, eh?
Now, they deny. Even CNN, everybody believe them.
All of a sudden, recently, go to the point,
All of a sudden, recently, the judicial panel, we were seeing all those lies that even international community believe. All of a sudden, they said, okay, they kill some people, but not at Lekki to get outside this thing. These were the people that deny that they didn't kill anybody, and they were even using DNA to even trace the dead body.
We know all that.
Now, this thing is happening. Now, when we are talking of ES and all these things, we know that government normally sponsor agencies to even create problem and hang it upon some people else.
Are you saying? Hold on.
Is this synonymous to Nigerian government?
Hold on, please, Ovie.
Forget about that, Ovie. You are diverting that attention.
Hold on, Ola. Are you saying ESN does not exist?
ESN exists.
Are you saying Nnamdi Kanu is not the creator and the coordinator of ESN?
Yes, it's the coordinator.
Yes. Are you saying ESN are not active?
They are active in terms of what?
Well, no. Will you tell me, are they active, yes or no?
Active in terms of what? As self-protection or as a terrorist group?
Okay, hold on. You said ESN exists. You said Nnamdi Kanu created it. For what purpose and what function are they carrying out?
For self-defense.
Right. How
group.
Yes. How does that manifest?
How does it manifest? Okay, yes, the question that we see have Odua group now that still provides security to the group.
Now. Don't dance around. Stick to the point.
If you don't let me talk, you represent my statements.
No, don't paint pictures. Don't tell us what we already know. Speak to what you are being asked. How does ESN manifest?
No, then you are not being fair to me if you don't let me present my case.
Okay, go on.
So the question now is that they want to say ESN key police, key military. That's where I'm going to. The question is this: the Nigerian government that lied about everything, how are you sure that the Nigerian federal government didn't sponsor some people to kill military, to break the jail and hang it on Kanu? That's where I'm going to. Now, do you want me to just believe the federal government that I cannot even trust?
But you have not asked. You've not answered my question. You've said ESN exists. You said Nnamdi Kanu created it. You said they are active, so I'm asking you what that activity is. I'm not saying you are aware, but what is your?
Can I respond to that?
No, please let Ola respond. How are they active?
Now, they are active. They are defending
Don't
their
dance
territory.
around this time around.
Just like OPC was defending or is still defending Yoruba territory, providing security.
Okay.
Now, the government is not protecting me, and I raise organization to protect myself.
Do you know what you have just described? You have just described an unsanctioned, illegal paramilitary organization, armed and being active with weaponry within a sovereign state. This is what you are describing, is it not?
Just like OPC.
No, forget just like anything. Is that what you are describing or not? Why you don't dance around now?
No, we see.
We get with it, man. So you
Okay. Pushing word to me is different from me expressing my opinion.
No.
Now,
because you are dancing around facts. You are dancing around facts.
I'm not dancing around facts.
They used to have what was called the IRA in the United Kingdom that were doing the same thing. They went after them full force and crushed them. An illegal organization, unsanctioned and armed. This is what are you talking about, my man?
I'm presenting my
You're not
alternative.
presenting anything. Let's go to Ojale Koko. I think you are just dancing around the bushes.
Okay, I can go if you don't want me to present my own opinion.
You can go or stay. That's your opinion. You cannot present an unchallenged opinion.
It's not a challenge. It's not a challenge. Let me learn from opinion. Don't take on my opinion to what I don't want to say.
No, but speak to the facts. Don't paint us a picture because we are conversant with the same set of facts as you are.
How do we know the fact? That's just the main thing. We don't have the fact that what they are pushing at us.
Okay.
All right, can I say something, guys?
Yes, come quickly and then we go to Ojale Koko. Yeah.
Okay. Back to Nnamdi Kanu issue, right?
Here.
Now I'll come to that one, man. Just calm down, please.
Not you, but Ola.
Yeah, when you come to Nnamdi Kanu, let's say there's something I'm 100% sure that this is what he's supposed to do. You see, when they're talking about he leaving Britain, I must be honest to you, he left Britain, I think, with two passports, his British passport and his dual Nigerian passport as well. But there's something, I think this is what Britain they are focusing on. If Nnamdi Kanu today going to Kenya and request for visa, I believe the very moment he arrived Kenya, the UK ambassadors, they will know his whereabouts. And if there's any issue or any incident, maybe he's being hijacked there, at that moment, there'll be a little kind of like phone call straight to British embassy. But maybe he went there with Nigerian passport and there's no visa. I believe that's where the problem is coming from. Because some time ago, my friend, he has a Nigerian passport, but he decided to use a British passport to go to like Nigeria, which he required a visa on it. They gave him visa. Immediately he arrived in Nigeria, they said, okay, the British ambassadors, they all knew that he's in Nigeria and they always called to check on him. So those are the kind of things that I can see Nnamdi Kanu didn't do. That's why those people, they kidnapped him from Kenya down to Nigeria. So that's where the problem is coming from. There are two things there. If
does that really master engineer? Because the one of America, the way it works in America is even if you use Nigerian passports to Nigeria and you are a dual citizen, if the moment you contact them, to contact the American embassy, boom, they take it off from there.
Yeah, I'm 100% aware of America. But when it comes in terms of Britain, it comes in terms of Britain. If you require a visa and that visa has been stamped on your British passport, that means they will 100% know your whereabouts and they will guide you and they will stand by you. But if you don't get that visa, you use still another country visa, like African country visa, you travel to some part of Africa, that's where the British will tell you no, that is not part of the international law or it's not part of our law in Britain. That's where the fault is coming from. That's why the Britain, they couldn't do anything more than what they will come out and say. So when you come again in terms of the issue of ESN, let's be honest. One man was asking Ola regarding ESN and Kanu is the head leader, this and that. Okay, there's something we are missing here. If these people go, maybe they attack police station, how 100% sure are you sure that they are ESN? That's one. Two, the rifle they're using, I'm 100% sure police, if they will 100% know the kind of rifle those guys are using. So, four, the ESN, they sample some rifle, which the police, they will know the kind of rifle they're using. But will they come out? Will the police come out today? I believe if they said, okay, it's ESN, what are the concrete proof to say, okay, this is who they are? They come out on national TV. They show that they have a rifle with them. Fair enough. But what I'm saying here, the police, they will 100% know the kind of rifle the ESN they are using. So if they use it in the police station or anywhere else, destroy any government property, that rifle, the bullets, I'm 100% sure police will definitely use it as exhibit. And if you look at what happened in Lekki Tollgate, people use military weapon to kill people, and they use the cartridge of the rifle as a evidence. So that's where we have to be very, very careful. Accusing people, maybe they're not the one. So there's something that is going on there that up to today nobody can tell. That's just
all right.
the truth.
Thank you, engineer. Let me acknowledge Plenty Water's super chat. So, Plenty Water, his super chat, it says, how does it make sense to claim citizen of a country that had once enslaved your people, whilst you are in the struggle of ending slavery of your people from another country? Old master to the rescue. So you can all pick in between the lines what he's saying. So he's saying, how can you claim to be British, fighting to emancipate yourself from Nigeria, whilst then when you get into trouble, you reach to Britain for rescue? So that is Plenty Water's super chat. This is Idris. It says, breaking, Sunday Igboho advised to turn himself in after raid on his home and confirmation that he's stockpiling arms. So that story now that, thank you, Idris. So that is Idris's super chat. So to that super chat by Idris, we go and we'll tackle that one and then come back into the room to take more samplings. Ovie, this one I want you to address, but let me present it first. So in the first section, we read the army saying that they are not involved in the raid of Ovie, please mute yourself. So we in the first section we heard the army say that they were not involved in the raid on Sunday Igboho's house. So now, who was involved in that raid comes out to take responsibility. So I bring you this. It says, Justin, DSS confirms raiding Sunday Igbo's house, find arms. So that's the headline. DSS confirms raiding Sunday Igbo's house, finds arms. So before I get into the story, I'm going to share some of the images of that raid. So I'll share the images, but then I will not be on the screen. So if you can't see it, let me know. So I'll just bear with me. Just bear with me 1 second. I just want you to see the images. Okay, yeah. So from there. So can you see that? Ovie, can you see this?
It's coming up. It's coming up.
Okay,
Yeah,
so these are images. So mute yourself. But these are images released by the DSS. So Sunday Igboho, you see, of course, these are the things that they found in his house: a stockpile of weapons, dollars, and charms. So those are the images put out there by the DSS. So you can see the weaponry, you can see the dollars, the passports, and you can see the charms that he has on himself. So those are the images. So I just wanted you to see the images. So now let me bring you the narration So the headline again, DSS confirms raiding Sunday Igboho's house, arms recovered. Um, the Department of State Services has confirmed that a team of joint security operatives raided the home of Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho in Ibadan. According to the spokesman, Dr. Peter Ofanaya, during a press briefing on Thursday evening, the raid was based on intelligence that Igboho was stockpiling arms to cause unrest. He said when the security operatives approached the house, they were attacked by 6 of Igboho's boys who engaged them in gunfire. 2 of Igboho's men were killed, whilst an operative sustained injuries, Afanaya said. 13 people were also arrested after a fierce gun battle, whilst operatives recovered a cache of arms and also took the suspects to Abuja, where they were paraded. Ofanaya said Igboho escaped during the gun battle and now on the run, but the law will catch up with him. Ofanaya urged Igboho to turn himself in to security agencies. So the picture is the narrative of that one, but it carries on with this other one. SSS declares Sunday Igboho wanted. The State Security Service SSS has declared Yoruba secessionist Sunday Igboho wanted. The secret police also vowed that the Buhari regime would track him down. This comes on the heels of the attack on Mr. Igboho's residence in the early hours of Thursday, where 2 people were killed and others abducted. SSS spokesman Sunday Ofenaya at a press briefing confirmed that the officials were present at the activist house and alleged that illegal arms, including 7 AK-47 and thousands of ammunition, were recovered from the building. Correspondents also reported that 13 supporters of Mr. Igboho, who allegedly attacked the SSS operatives during the raid, were paraded. So, final take on that: surrender yourself, DSS tells Igboho. So, surrender, resistance is futile, and of course, now still flapping their wings off the back of the Nnamdi Kanu success. So, surrender yourself, DSS tells Sunday Igboho. The Department of State Services, DSS, has called on Sunday Adeyemo, otherwise known as Igboho, to turn himself to security agencies, as the agency confirmed it has launched a manhunt for the Yoruba Nation agitator. DSS spokesman Peter Afanaya said this at a press briefing on Thursday evening in Abuja, whilst confirming a raid on Igboho's house in Ibadan, Oyo State, by security agency. Consequently, Adeyemo/Igboho is advised to turn himself in to the nearest security agency, Ofonaya said during the press briefing, in which he noted that the agency captured 13 of Igboho's men. Those cheering and eulogizing him may appeal to and advise him to do the needful. He should surrender himself to the appropriate authorities. He or anyone can never be above the law. Meanwhile, those arrested will be charged accordingly. He said that the DSS recovered a cache of illegal arms, including 7 AK-47 rifles, from Igboho's house during the raid carried out on Thursday morning. Ofonaya narrated that when the security operatives approached the house, they were attacked by 9, it was 7 in the previous incarnation, they were attacked by 9 of Igboho's boys who engaged them in a gun duel but were subsequently overpowered. The DSS official explained that 2 of Igboho's men were killed, whilst an operative sustained injury. He, however, said Igboho escaped during the gun battle and is currently on the run. So, Ovie, to you.
I think there are so many ways to look at it. The first point is, I mean, they don't want the protest or whatever they want to hold in Lagos to take place.
I think we can
That's
pretty
one.
much forget that one. That one is dead in the water.
So that's one. And 2, this is coming at the eve of Kanu's rearrest. Now, that's why I'm what is the international community response to Kanu arrest? You can agree with me, they are on the side of the government. From their body language, from their flimsy and lousy statement, you can clearly show that they are in support of the government. So that's why I'm kind of surprised when Ajale Koko and all are trying to, our problem is that we they see something black and white, but we tend to analyze, bring books and laws into it. Are you now telling me, say, if let's make it personal now, it's between Nnamdi Kanu and Buhari? Are you telling me that the Britain will listen to Kanu over Buhari? No. Those are the things you go to consider. First of all, who is Kanu? They have look at it from different many ways. There's no way they can use him to score any cheap political point. Ajale Koko is saying that, if an American in outside America commit crime and the America will come after him, go try him. Go commit crime outside. I mean, you see what they go tell you. You have to face the law of that country first. Unless say you belong to the 1% of the 1% of the 1%, say, okay, if you use to make any political statement, yes, they will might tip him, but go fuck up for outside. Say, boy, they'll come after you. No, you go jail
Hold
first.
on. So why are you talking like you don't know the way? Obviously, you don't know the way America protect their citizens. That's why you talk like this.
You
An
commit
incident
crime
happened. Hold
outside
on.
America.
Yes.
You say they will come
yes.
and protect you.
Oh, yes. America will still come to stand by you to make sure that even if you are going to go through trial, they are going to be fair with you in that trial.
What is Britain saying?
Hold on.
No, listen, no, they tell me, say, make I hold on. What is Britain saying?
A lady, a student, an American student in Italy, maybe last year or 2 years ago, killed her roommate. America didn't leave her alone. They fought her to make sure that even they wanted Italy to release her for them to come and try her here. All the way. They went for that to defend that lady up there. They took an attorney to go and defend that lady up there in Italy. What are you talking about? What you don't know, you don't know.
Guys,
was that girl an Italian citizen or not?
No, she was
not.
not.
She not Italian citizen. She was purely American citizen. She's not a dual citizen of Italy and America. That's a different case.
It doesn't matter to America. Once you carry American passport, America will protect you everywhere you are.
Ajale Koko. Even what is the British saying?
Guys.
They will make sure that guy has a fair trial, which is normal across the board.
Ovie, there's a bit of a difference. There's a bit of a difference. So, I am a dual citizen. I have both British and US passports, and the British passport, sure, it will get you into many countries, but the British are not going to protect you if you get into a pickle. Governments will not mess with you if you have an American passport. That's just the truth.
I'm pretty certain the United States doesn't allow
that. No. It's if I can finish, please.
Can you hear clearly from Mayo now?
Okay, hold on. One at a time. Hold on. One at a time. I stepped away for a little bit, and you guys are just. Who had the floor should have the floor. Yeah. So
no. Let me have the floor, but let Ayo
finish, please.
Oh, okay.
Even countries as crazy as North Korea would think twice before they mess with an American citizen or an American citizen that has a passport. Nigeria will never. They won't. They're not that silly.
Ayo, please, sorry. If you commit a crime, there's nothing like messing with you. You mess with that government first.
Okay, when you commit a crime, incident. What kind of crime?
One at a time, guys.
I just gave you an incident that American student in Italy killed an Italian roommate.
Yes.
What was it? What kind of case that is worse than murderer?
So America just went there and just bumped to the girl.
Okay.
That's what it is.
That's not
because it's an American. I also follow the story. I follow the story. That is a pure American citizen who committed that murder.
Let me leave the floor for Ayo to handle with you. I don't.
Okay, please. Can you just let me speak without interrupting me, because you have a habit of doing that a lot. Please.
Oh, this is my floor. You are giving me an order. I will speak on my own time.
Please say your piece. Okay, say your piece.
Okay. That's exactly it. Ovie land your point. Nobody interject, no matter how outrageous Ovie's comment is or you find it to be. So then you get the chance to reply. So Ovie, you land, then I'll go to Ayo. But before you even go on, let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat. He says, Ola and one man is a folk. So thank you, Alexander, for that. But Ola and I are palace, this is the cut and thrust of it. It's a bare pit of an environment sometimes, and voices are raised and opinions are held firm. I held my own, and Ola held his own, but the good thing is we were both civil. So,
Heat
no
period.
address. Huh?
You guys are on the heat period.
No, I mean, look at what we are discussing. Of course, voices will be raised and sharp opinions. So, I mean, we are big boys, but thank you.
One family.
All right,
Yes.
go ahead, Ovie. Finish your point.
Ovie,
Go
land
by
your
what
point.
you guys are saying. As an American, you can go outside America and commit crime, and what America will just do, just bust in and bundle you out before you stand
No one
trial.
is saying that. No one said that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So,
for God's sake.
So what did me they talk then?
Well, that's the point. You're making a point that is not valid. Doesn't fit this situation.
What
So
was
it's-
my point?
okay,
Can you repeat
Can
my
I-
point, please?
I swear to God.
Repeat my
I can't
point.
do this. I can't.
No,
I
I
let
want
you speak, man.
because
Let me speak,
you
please.
said that
let
you
me-
didn't hear
let
me
me-
right.
let me.
You said that you
okay.
didn't hear me right, or you are misquoting me. That's why I want you to repeat my point.
Okay,
for me.
okay. Either
So
way,
we're on the same page.
okay.
Okay,
Either
I
way,
got your
no.
point.
Hold on, Ayo. Hold on, Ayo. Either you were misheard or misquoted. You repeat so that we have clarity. So you state what you're intending to state
I
in the
said,
manner. Yeah.
contrary to what they are saying, as an American citizen, if you go outside America and commit crime, you'll be made to face the law of that country first. Yes, they will come for you to make sure you have a square trials and your human rights and everything is protected, which is exactly what the British is saying. They will stand by you to make sure your human right is not violated. You are not made. You have a fair right, which is normal. But you are not saying just because she's a British citizen, you just come and say, "Oh, Nigeria cannot." No, Nigeria is a separate nation. You feel not like Nigeria. You feel they disrespect her. You feel say they are incompetent. But guess what? The international community is here to respect the law. And guess what? Apart from the laws and all these things, these motherfuckers are friends.
Are
They're
you done?
friends.
Oh, you have more. Okay, carry on.
I mean, yeah, topic with something with this. I'm still going to talk about Nnamdi Kanu. So calm down, calm down.
Okay,
You
so
understand? They are friends. They are not set. What is going to favor them? Now they are using Showore time as an example. Those
it's a
senators with
completely
the all they
different
did.
case, though, Chowore and
Yeah,
then
okay.
Kanu. No, carry on, but sorry, Ovie, you know,
your point, right? That I guess if I'm understanding you correctly, Ovie, what you said is if you're an American, you can't go to another country and commit a crime and expect America to save you.
Not that.
Which is fine.
That's not what he said. He said, American or not, if you go to foreign crimes and you commit a crime, you face the fullness of the laws of
Even
that
if you're an American.
Okay, can I
country.
respond?
Hold on. You face the fullness of the law of that country, but then of course, if you are American, the Americans will have supervision over your rights to make sure that it's in conformance with the international standards and you are not mistreated. So that is what he's saying. Do you hold views contrary to that?
No, but this is not what the situation.
That is not what he said earlier.
Oh my God.
What he said
No,
earlier
that is the texture. That is the texture of what he said.
What he said earlier is that America will not even. Yeah.
That's what
That
he
is what
said
I've been saying
actually.
since yesterday.
Wait. That's what Ovie said actually.
Yesterday.
However, the situation here now is different. That's the point I was trying to raise.
You know what? You guys have fun. I'm out because I can't seem to get a word in and I'm wasting my
No,
time.
Ayo, you have to make your comment.
Okay.
Nobody have the monopoly of knowledge. So you
No.
let's come and listen to you and continue everything you said.
No, that's fine. Ovie, land your thought and then we'll go to Ajan Lekoko and then take Mike, so that's guaranteed to be even more volatile. So land your thought, Ovie.
People seem to forget that.
Let Ovie land his point, even if you disagree with it.
People seem to forget that Nnamdi Kanu was arrested before. Waiting the British then talk at that first time when they arrest him. Because if the British actually had his back, he no go jump bail. We wouldn't be having this issue now. So I don't understand why we see the British. Not just
the British don't owe him any obligation outside of what is already. Hold on. What is already stated as a position. They say if you are a British citizen, if you are arrested abroad or detained abroad, they are not going to come there with parachutes and SAS officers jumping through window James Bond style. That is not going to happen. But what they will do is to ensure that you are not mistreated. You are not held to any standard that is outside of the constitution. So they'll just give you consular service. That is all they will offer you.
Then our Mohammed, I don't know why when I say they lie. The guy is doing his job at his best.
Of course.
With everything his nose,
This
with
is
everything his nose, he's doing his job at his finest.
And he's doing an excellent job.
Excellent job. So do you see this narrative that is put in now?
I hate him, by the way. Let's be right. I hate that guy. He can lie for England. He can lie for Africa.
He's not lying.
He's
just doing his job.
Yeah.
He's not doing
this
his
is
job.
The guy that told us Buhari was
hale
and healthy, you remember. So a professional liar, but a spin doctor.
Anybody that agreed to take that position will do the same thing. You can't go contrary to the script. That's one of the requirements of the job. You go know him before you take him. So that's why I say he's doing his best. He's very loyal and all that. I mean, he said like Nnamdi Kanu is living affluently and all that kind of a thing. Okay, I mean, I don't expect him to live less than that. I mean,
yeah, this is it. Fendi clothing, private jet, and fat bottom girls.
That's why yesterday when they are saying, "No, I travel." You're talking about Nnamdi Kanu. You know the reach and the connection this man have. So I'm not surprised, but what the government is trying to do by putting it out there is that it's trying to, still control people that care to listen, people that are still on the fence, where I'm all in for Kanu or not. Trying to tell them, say, oh, this is the kind of life he's living, when they hear the suffer. That's the narrative he's trying to, just to put confusion within the narrative.
No, just to tone this mystique down a bit as they.
I think they just want to turn the table the other way around. That's it.
Yes.
But tomorrow, now go say this administration, this Fulani, they don't get sense. they recruit the best mind to do their job for them.
Well, not the best mind. They're only about
the
2 or 3
best mind for the job.
Yeah, no. You can't say that. There are only about 2 or 3 brains in the Buhari administration. Lai Mohammed being one of them. Fashola being one of them. And I don't know.
And they win election back to back. They win election back to back.
How have they won election? When has Buhari ever won an election? What are you talking about? When has he ever won an election?
I said now you they contradict me now.
Writing results is not winning an election. Buhari is not there by popular will. Nobody voted for him. What are you talking about?
Why you they? Allow me let my point. Now they contradict my point.
Sorry.
I said they recruit the best man to do the job. You say no. You say, I mean, where's your stand? You don't want to give him credit, say they do him. And you don't want to give him credit, say they recruit the best of mine. So I don't understand. Something, at least something. Give us something. Not just him that
I think maybe I'm interjecting too much, so I will learn to shut my mouth.
At this point now, is the APC, because we will begin, as I said, forget this man at the top. As we focus, the APC is doing well. They are converting their opponent already. So it's going to be one way all through. And guess what? The narrative is not going to change. The only thing that will change, there might be peace, but economy will go suffer because they won already.
All right.
Nobody they talk now.
Thank you, V. Let's hear from
my people. Sorry, the breaking news. My people fight for 5% of derivation from oil. That's the oil community. But they no agree. They give them 3%, and the bill has been passed today. That's the breaking news. That's latest. I don't know where I'm making
your people are getting too much money. That's not breaking news.
Because the only thing I see there is that people will begin to die more instead of making infrastructure the rise in that region. They will be fighting over that small percent rather than focus on how do we, bring the standard of that community, build infrastructure for them. So people will begin to kill themselves. So I don't even know if it's a good thing or a bad thing at this point.
All right, thank you, Ovi. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, just to recap, the army came out to say that they are not responsible for Sunday Igboho, but the DSS has come out to say that they are responsible. They've shown the cache of weaponry and the vast amount of monies and the own days of Babalawos that they found in his premises, and they are saying that they are acting on intelligence, and they are telling him to hand himself over to the nearest agency because, of course, to run is futile, riding off the back of their success with Nnamdi Kanu. And to Nnamdi Kanu, Lai Mohammed is telling us about Fendi top to bottom, private jets, and fat bottom girls. So to that space, Ajande Koko.
On the Nnamdi Kanu, what is the problem of the government about the way he lives his life, wearing following big bottom girl and all the rest of it. I think that is what in support of what Ola said earlier, that that is totally out of the issue. That Lai Mohammed man was just doing that to destroy the character of Nnamdi Kanu, so that maybe he can use that to turn his supporter against him. But he should realize that people that are following Kanu, or people that believe in the cause he's fighting for, are really supporting Kanu and that cause with their whole heart. They are not doing it for fun, and they are not doing it for money. And whether they like it or not, the organization will still continue to generate money, because
I think what Lai Mohammed was trying to do was to point in the direction and say, look, this is what is using your membership fees for, private jets and designer clothing. I think that is he just wanted to put that narrative out there.
Yeah, what is their own problem with that? Nnamdi Kanu is their leader, and they gave him the money to live a good life. They didn't give him money to live a wretched life. So they are not winning. They are not going to win using that kind of tactics to destroy his.
But some of his adherents, some of his followers might have this romantic notion that he lives a Spartan life, drinking Gary somewhere in some bunker as he plots the emancipation of Biafra. A lot of his adherents would not be of the thought that this private jet, 5-star lifestyle, Fendi, but top to bottom, is the life that is living. So I certainly, I've never thought of the life that is living, but I never thought it was on private jets. I've always thought that he was in it for the money, but I never thought he was living this 5-star like an Arab prince is living. He's living like a Saudi prince.
I don't know if people will believe them, because did they show the video where they grab him coming out from private jet?
Well, they showed him in Fendi top to bottom.
Yeah, but the thing is, what you need to understand here, if let's use this example. When you see when they capture Hush Puppy, people can see everything clearly. But when you come to think of Nnamdi Kanu, what are the Nigerian government? What are the proofs? What are the evidence?
Yes,
you understand.
Yeah,
what are the
nobody
evidence?
saw anything.
So now because they catch her with Fendi.
Yeah,
that's why.
they want.
You understand? Today, if you catch him with like kind of wood in his neck, you say he's a juju man. He always
they don't know.
And also, you remember, I've always called this guy a chancer and in it for the money. So this chimes with my narrative too. But Ajale Koko, carry on.
Well, they are not. That is not going to resonate with nobody. So the people that are supporting Kalu, they are doing it for a cause, and they believe it's a good cause for their Igbo nation. So, and they will stick by it. It's an ideology.
And for the person that Mohammed they talk he just don't make the thing funny instead.
It's an ideology, and they cannot kill that ideology. So whether they like it or not, whether they put Kanu in jail, put Igboho in jail, that ideology as long as he exists, it will continue until they will get it. They will arrive there one day. We will arrive there. It's just going to get time. It's going to take time. So that is it on Kanu. Then on Igboho, for DSS to showing all of these. I mean, where in the world you see they coming in the dead of the night, 1, 2 o'clock, coming with about over 600 soldiers to arrest just one person. One person.
They say the operation is led by a female.
Yeah.
I don't know how true that is.
All right.
How do you know? But one person.
I read some,
And in that process, they kill people, they destroy the houses, they destroy all the car. So they are just, I mean, this government they just lie. They just want to use that force in democracy, using of force to suppress your people doesn't work. It might work for some time, but I'm telling you, people will resist it because they will see it as the only weapon they
Are
can
we seeing
use
the
to
beginning of the end of the Odudu agitation?
It is not the end.
The beginning of the end of it?
No, it's not the beginning. It's not the beginning of the end. The agitation will get stronger because after Sunday Igboho, they will surely go after some other person. It will continue to get clearer to everybody.
No, I don't think they will. You know, the only other voice in that space. There are three voices in that space. Sunday Igboho, Gani Adams a little bit, who is already making conciliatory noises, and Professor Banji Akintoye. They are never going to go after Professor Banji Akintoye. He's an 80-something-year-old man and an intellectual. So they will leave him to be writing books and making speeches. But the one that is the most potent is Sunday Igboho. They've not taken him out of circulation, but it's almost certain that he's already via Togo, Benin, and to wherever he's making his escape to. So really, it's the same with the Biafra narrative, isn't it? A week of long knives, slash and burn.
One man. Let me just say something here. To be honest, right? When you come to Sunday Igboho, right? Let's be realistic, and this is why I said the Nigerian government, they are abusing the power, because if someone Igboho never threatening nobody, and most of his recent
did you see the AK-47s?
No, I'm coming. I will talk about that one in a bit, please. When Igboho never threatened no one, you understand? So let's be honest now. Even though this guy come out, which he is protesting him peacefully, if Nigerian government should follow the reality or the policy or the constitution, you should have invited him one. You understand? Invited him, say things to him, have a discussion with him. Remember what happened when they invited what's his name? The Boko Haram man. What did they call him again? The top man, Shakao.
Yeah.
Why can't they apply the same method so they can invite Igboho himself? So let's keep that one aside. Going to his house, right? Raiding his house, destroying his property, that's where I'll call it illegal. You understand? Because there's no any proof, no invitation, nothing. So that's like you're abusing the power. And when you come to
engineer, they said they had intelligence that he was stockpiling arms.
Let's forget about intelligence.
And they found a cache of AK-47.
We are all Nigerians. If someone is stocking weapon in his house, I'm 100% sure Nigerian law or institute or whatever they call it, they should have invited him to say, excuse me.
To invite somebody that is stockpiling arms? What are you talking about?
One man. Why are they inviting this guy to speak on behalf of Boko Haram then?
Yeah, but because Boko Haram has gotten too big, so they are trying to nip this guy. Are you not seeing? Let me show you
that's the reality. That's the reality. So when you come to things like this, they need to follow the constitution or they need to follow the procedure. How to, going to Sunday Igboho's house, killing people. What if Igboho, I'm coming, there's something we need to understand here. What if Igboho has, he has been paying for his weapon through police? What if he registered the weapon? What would they say about it?
Engineer, let me ask something. Sunday Igboho has been carrying weapon, not today. He has been carrying it for a long time. He fought in Modakeke Ife war. He used weapon. He was the bodyguard to Ladoja and he was carrying gun. And this thing, is it now that the federal government just understood that this guy carries weapon? That's the point. This guy has been carrying weapon.
Ola, this is a different narrative. He was fighting in those skirmishes, yes, but in this instance, he's declaring Oduduwa nation. He's saying that he's seceding from the Nigerian state and is weaponizing himself by stockpiling weapon. So it's different from fighting some area battle in Ife.
Yeah, but come to
country.
think about it, one man. What if his weapon is registered? You understand?
Registered. They would not raid his house then, would they, if the
Then
weapon was
the
registered?
information they gave them, that means it's false information, because they went to the house, they didn't see that bunch of weapon the way they're saying it.
But
That's the truth.
they did not see it. Look at your screen, my
What
man.
what kind of weapon did they see there? Those are just how many AK-47 and how many catapult gun there? You understand what I mean? Those are hunters gun.
Hunters gun? Are you sure about that? You're a military man.
AK-47 and hunters gun. That's what he's showing there.
Okay.
Yeah, but them going there to his house, it's wrong. That's illegal. That's against human rights.
The Nigerian government know how to carry illegal operations, so we know. Any government that could even took assault upon the judicial system, so it doesn't even care about normal citizens.
Okay. Engineer, can you see the image on your screen now?
I can see that very clearly.
Okay. And then this one?
Yeah, but those how many AK-47s are there?
I can't count. Countless.
Well,
and again,
I don't think those weapons there up to 5 or 6 AK-47 there. But my question there is, they got intelligent. They were told with intelligent report that he's talking weapons. When you talk of weapons, it's like you're supplying. It's like you're importing thousands of weapons in his house. And how are you not sure? They are not the one putting those weapons in his house?
Come on, engineer.
Let's be honest.
All right. Thank you, engineer. Let's hear from Mike. But before we come to you, Mike, let's acknowledge Plenty Water's super chat. It says anyone creating a militia group will automatically be seen as a threat because such a person is automatically open to offers from anywhere. Che Guevara was in Congo. Boko Haram, Al Qaeda affiliation, etc. So just the mere fact of stockpiling arms is sufficient enough to be a person of interest to any state that is what is salt. Is Nigeria what is salt? Mike?
You say it's Nigeria what?
What is salt? I was saying that stockpiling arms is sufficient enough of a reason for you to be a person of interest to a sovereign state that is what is salt. So I was then putting that to you as a narrative to start off with.
Yeah, it's definitely illegal. I mean, it's illegal the law is there. Every country has its law. Nigeria has its law. So, I mean, if you go against the law, man, the authorities have rights to come after you, So that's one thing. You mentioned something earlier today. You said Gani Adams is starting to show his cowardice.
Yes, it was in the double position.
No, not necessarily. I don't think you've been following the situation between him. There was the falling off between Gani Adams and Igboho. You understand? Because Igboho was beginning to do things the Igboho way. You understand? Where Gani Adams was against, and even the people, the traditional, the structure, like they were like, okay, this guy, you begin to do things your own way. You understand? Where we are not ready for outright. You see, you have to understand Gani Adams. He say someone that understand true war. You understand warfare, because he himself, I've listened to Gani Adams speak many times, and I know that this guy here understand warfare. Gani Adams is the person that will said it, because he has studied history of Oyo Empire. Oyo Empire. If you study history of Oyo Empire, the way Oyo goes to war, they spend 7 years to plan 7-day war. You understand? They just don't dive straight into war. But the way Igboho is moving, you are not ready for
and lose in 7 seconds.
You understand? You are not ready for out-blown war right now. So the way he's moving is kind of like he just want war right away. You are not ready for that. You understand? Yes.
And this raid now shows us that it's not ready. When they can
no matter how much spiritual power you have, you are not ready. You are not.
But the spiritual power now, how did they escape? Is the thing,
Let me tell you one thing, Igboho. See, Igboho is an Ogunga. You understand? But he doesn't understand that there are people, they understand the spirituality beyond him. You understand? Like, these guys I've done research on Igboho and I've done research on Gani. Gani is more of the he knows more about the spirituality than Igbo. Igbo just know about the charms part, you understand? So let me tell you something. The reason why they brought those women to lead that operation, because the Nigerian government themselves, they've been seeking information from people that know spirituality and they've been getting advice from them.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. See, no matter if you have charm on you, if I send a woman on a menstruation to come on after you,
Akaba,
she will spoil that charm. I'm telling you.
Look,
listen.
Some of us we've just had dinner, you know. Some of us.
No.
Yeah?
See.
God, Mike, you know, go that level. I beg you.
this is Mike. Anytime he comes, but okay.
The reason why the Igbo had to run because it's not that easy. Spiritual war is deep. Nigerians, I mean, there are some Yoruba people that are working for them too. So Igbo doesn't understand that. He's just being too jumpy, you know. The guy's being jumpy. He needs to realize you're not ready for war. Chill out. It's not time for war. We are not ready for that. So Igbo is rushing. So Gani Adams understand that. So it's not like Gani Adams has been a coward. They had a falling off before this whole thing happened. So you can't say Gani Adams just is being a coward. No, Gani Adams was advising him like, listen, you are doing things the Igbo way. Relax. That's not the way, you know. But the guy is being too upfront. He just, you know, look at that. You can't start carrying guns and you're not ready. Come on, relax, man.
No, Gani Adams had a bad experience in 2002, if I still recollect, during this Olagbegi issue when he carried some of his OPC members. They were traveling along war. And those people thought Gani Adams was actually come to intervene in the this Oba electoral matter, this thing. So despite their fortification, they just used local day gun on his OPC member. They killed some of them. And one man that happened to be on our street happened to be a victim there. So he has experienced that sometimes you don't use ordinary jazz alone. No. You just have to mojamosa. You know, you have your own thing.
It's mojamosa.
The people that are coming after you, then they are coming with their own jazz. They already have done their own work. You know,
okay, Mike, let me bring you a couple of paragraphs that speaks to what you are referencing, because what you are referencing, of course, is from the earlier session, not from this session. So this is what I did have it lined up just now. So I'll just bring you the last. This is I'll bring you the headline. It says Gani Adams condemns attack on Igbo's house, says 8 people killed. So that's the headline, but I'll just bring you the last 2 paragraphs, which is what speaks to that space that I said Gani Adams was showing contrition earlier in the afternoon, and which Mike has now come to disagree with. So these are just 2 paragraphs. It says the video clip of the attack on Sunday Igboho's house was a show of death and destruction. About 8 people were allegedly killed in the attack, with wanton destruction of his property. The information at my disposal also indicates that the attack was allegedly done by Nigerian army in collaboration with foreign terrorists. Imagine Igboho was killed in the attack. It might lead to a raging war. Remember the case of Boko Haram leader Mohammed Yusuf that was killed in 2009. The death of Yusuf became Nigeria's nemesis, and Boko Haram was created. And Boko Haram has created the most challenging problem in Nigeria till date. So this is the space that Mike was coming to disagree with, and which I say that this is
no, I don't necessarily disagree.
No, this is where I am saying that Gani Adams is on his knees. This paragraph now. So he says, as far as I am concerned, I don't support anything that negates the law or anybody that disobeys the law. However, the federal government should be able to tolerate other people's views by taking into consideration the rights of every citizen as it is in the Constitution. So, of course, this is not the language of Yoruba emancipation. This is not the language of they have done wrong. This is a language of contrition and platitudes. This is our platitudes. He's saying, I don't support anybody that negates the law and anybody that disobeys the law, and the government should tolerate people's views. So he's saying this off the back of the savaging of the premises of a Yoruba leading figure, and that was why I said it was a bit cowardly in that. So that is what
that's precisely what you're supposed to say. First of all, you have to understand that the position that Gani occupies is a legal position. You understand? The traditional institution and legal institution, and he has a position in the Oyo Empire. Oyo Kingdom, that area no, it's an appointment by the Oyo, by the Alafian for Oyo, right? And Alafia for yours, that traditional institution is part of the Nigerian, is recognized in Nigerian, system, law or rules, wherever. So what Gani is saying is, at this point, your agitation should be completely in a legal way. When you are ready to make it illegal, is when you are ready for war. You understand? Because breaking a law of a land is the same as declaration of war against that land. It's the same. When the Yoruba nation is ready for full-blown war against the Nigerian state, that's when you can speak a language of fuck the law. You understand? But when you are not ready for out-blown war, you have to do everything else the legal way. You understand? So that's what Gani fell off with Igboho, because he's trying to tell them, listen, right now, we may be planning for war secretly, but we are not there yet. We haven't arrived to that point yet. You understand? But you are moving, jumping straight, calling for war already, because I've seen Igboho many times say, okay, we want war right now, we want war. I've seen him say it many times. And I myself is saying, this guy here is not a person with wisdom. He's relying too much on his own self-spiritual power. It may work for you, but everybody around you is not ready for that. Not everyone is equipped yet. You can't do a lone war. You can't go to war by yourself. You understand? So the guy now, his boys, they're not as equipped as him. They are dead, but he maybe equipped enough to fight. What I think is this: Igboho has some power where he can cause some damage, but it's not enough to take down Nigeria. You understand? So what he's doing is he may fight to some degree, but people around him are going to suffer because they're not as ready as him. Even the Yoruba nation is not as ready as he is ready, and that's what someone like Gani is trying to tell him. Listen, individuals.
I was interested in your opinion on all of this, but you guys have chased them away with your rowdy behavior. But Mike, to the Nnamdi Kanu space, Lai Mohammed is telling us Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Fendi top to bottom, lifestyle of the rich and famous, but then of course at the expense of the membership fees of the adherents. So what do you say to what Lai Mohammed is saying, that this guy was living a 5-star lifestyle?
I believe Kanu was living in a lifestyle. I won't be surprised. The guy, I mean, it's not a shock that the guy has been making a lot of money, man. I mean, this guy's been collecting monthly dues from thousands of morons that follow him. So I won't be surprised.
No. You don't call people morons, sir. I mean,
if you're donating money to another man that has no direction, I mean, come on, you gotta be foolish. So, but I think Lai Mohammed is just.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Oh, what's the question?
You see, when you're using that kind of words, moron, to people, remember they're human being like you and myself.
Yeah, now the people that are donating money. If you are donating money to someone like Kanu, come on, man. What are we to do?
Yeah, but it's somebody that is fighting for Nigerian freedom, not only Igbos.
Mike, a lot of people pull you up on the language. Hold on. A lot of people pull you up on the language all the time, so you know enough to moderate your language. You can express yourself without. I know almost. I think sometimes you say it to provoke, but engineer doesn't like it. Bia was quite upset with it. Everybody complains about it in the comment section. So just make the necessary adjustments.
Wait, let me explain that to you. One man, let me explain something to you. There's a law of physics. There's a law of physics, right? The law of physics that say action equals an opposite reaction, right? Mm-hmm. You have to understand one thing. If I walk up to you and I insult you, I just pull an insult out of you, you're gonna insult me back. It's naturally, right?
Mm-hmm. So no, you can always take the higher ground.
I don't use the insultive language towards
you could be the bigger man.
Anyone that listen, that thing. Now I don't know what can brainwash human being. Nature tells you that you stand for you understand? You that's the law of nature. Once you are going by that law, you end up being destroyed. That's one thing. Listen,
Mike,
listen to me. Let me explain my this thing. Kanu and his followers, they are known for one thing. They insult everybody. You understand? That's what they are. That's what they do. All Kanu followers in this chat room right now, they are insulting me right now. You understand? That's what they do. That's why when I talk about them, I don't use respective language, because that's the way they talk. You understand? So his followers
is it an acceptable way to talk the way they talk, Mike?
If that's the way they talk to me, that's the way I talk to them.
No, do you find it acceptable?
It's not acceptable now.
So then why are you then doing it?
I just put the law of physics to you, which is the law of nature.
Oh,
If
all
somebody
right.
slap me, I'll slap them back. It doesn't mean listen. It's
Okay.
not acceptable for me to walk around slapping people, right? I will not go walk around and slap
to ask
somebody.
you one
But if one
question.
man slap me, I will slap him back. Don't now you can't tell me that it's not
To ask
acceptable.
you, Mike, calm down, please. Are you a Muslim or are you a Christian?
Am I what?
Are you a Muslim or are you a Christian?
What kind of question is that, man? How would you call me a
It's
Muslim
a
or a
simple
Christian?
question now. Yeah, you are
Why
a
are you
Babalawo
taking things
worshiper.
defensive?
I'm not. I see. That's the thing. I'm not a Christian. It's the Christianity that tell you to turn the other cheek. The reason why Igbo man. Let me tell you. The reason why Igbo man writes that inside that Bible and give it to you Africans, now because he is coming to steal from Africans and he's coming to slap you. So he brainwash you to
That
turn the
means
other
you are,
cheek.
but you are in
When
their
have you ever
country.
seen
You are
Igbo man?
enjoying
When have
it.
you ever seen Igbo man turn the other cheek? When have anybody bomb America, attack America, and America turn the other cheek, or any European country? Go and
all
study their
right.
history. Igbo man never turned the other cheek, but he came
All
and tell
right.
you Africans to be turning the other cheek.
All right. Mike, thank you. Before you upset everybody, let's quickly run to Meadowman. So, Meadowman.
For once, I agree with Mike. Any religion where there is if then slap you turn the other cheek, run from that religion. I'm with Mike. Nobody turn other cheek if
Yeah,
they
but
slap
if
you.
you said the white man says that, then what are you guys doing in the white man country?
He said what?
If you guys say the white man says that, what are you guys doing in the white man country then?
Is
I
the
Because
don't tell
the
you say
white
hypocrisy,
man
now.
has
I
isn't
done
it?
the
don't tell you
right
say
thing.
now white man talk am. Are there any religions that tell you that turn the
Yeah,
other
but
cheek
that's
is
what
the
Mike
religion to run
said.
from?
Yeah,
An eye for an
the white
eye,
man
Abby.
said he told you to follow that to destroy you. You understand?
Right?
But he doesn't follow it.
All
That's
right.
why that's why his own society is advanced. You understand?
True.
Igbo man go
Fact.
everywhere to bomb everybody, take over their stuff. You understand? And build his own society to be rich. Why you are there in Africa?
All right,
God will
Mike.
help us
Let's
all.
Yeah,
hear from Middleman, who I'm
Mike, I'm
sure
with
is
you
not
today.
going to call. Let's hear from Middleman, who I'm sure is not good. There we are. You see, this is Mike for you. You empty the room, Mike, one of these days. Let's bring Phil Collins in. I think it's a melodic tune. Phil Collins, we see you.
One man, good evening, Jerry.
Good evening. Nice to have you. Yes, a calmer voice. You see how things calm down when the maestro himself comes in. So you've been following the narrative, Phil Collins. So just speak to the space.
Yes. Let me clear something first that Mike said. Mike there is saying those following Nnamdi Kanu, they are morons. First of all, freedom doesn't come cheap, and an able man will be the last person that will drop his 1 naira when he's not seeing results. So when you look at it, you can even ask yourself, how did Nnamdi Kanu convince them to start giving him money? So the answer is so simple. He went around and he was able to tell them that.
We're losing you slightly, Phil Collins.
Yeah, and whenever they
No, we can't hear you. Can you hear him, engineer? You can. Okay.
So I know he's. So he has gone around. People donate money. They see things that their money.
I can't even hear him.
I can't hear him.
I hear the part where he say results. Well, we see can see the result
I think he's using a headphone, so the mic is not close to his mouth.
Yeah. Bring your mic closer to your mouth.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Are you?
Yes, better now. Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, when an able man drops his money somewhere, he tends to achieve something that is worth the money he's dropping. So when you say people are morons that are donating money to Nnamdi Kanu, then I think you need to watch your words and know maybe you don't know what is happening on the ground, because freedom doesn't come cheap. So the level Nnamdi Kanu has gone to is the same level. What's this man's name? Sunday Igboho will get to if you allow him to.
No. Nnamdi Kanu is in level ground zero in DSS custody right now, and we saw where your money went. He went to Fendi, 5-star. We all saw it. So it was a bad investment. Your money that you donated is a bad investment, because the guy, all he was doing for you guys was insult people, making enemy with people he's supposed to make friends with. You guys gotta go and read book about warfare. I think you guys don't know how to strategize at all. You don't understand what strategy is.
Philip, one question for Mike. Do you have
man
any
leading you with no strategy, and you are saying you are giving him money? You are saying all he's doing was massage your ego by helping you to insult all the people you don't like, helping you to insult the tribes you don't like. You guys were giving Nnamdi Kanu because he was insulting Yoruba people, insulting people you don't like, insulting Fulani. That's the only reason we're giving him money. You're not giving him money because he gave you a clear strategy of where he was going.
Mike, do you have any proof to say this? Do you have any proof? Listen, when you're giving
proof for what?
When you're giving something, when you're explaining something, have the proof. You understand?
I need to prove to you that Nnamdi Kanu was insulting Yoruba people and insulting everybody.
You just said he is lavishing the money in the hotel or whatever you said. But what I'm saying, do you have any proof?
Listen to me.
So the evidence I'm giving you now is not a proof.
So sorry, Mike. Let me shuffle you just to calm the place down a bit, and so we can hear Phil Collins. So yeah, sorry, carry on now, Phil Collins. Sorry about that, but Mike would never let you finish a sentence. So carry on.
When you look at, okay, let me start it this way. Nnamdi Kanu at first, the way Igboho is now, that's the way Nnamdi Kanu started. The government never called him for a talk. That's what the whole Yoruba's elders are saying now. Come, why not call this man and ask him what he wants? Let him tell you that he needs Yoruba nation. Ask him if it's achievable or not. But they decided not to call him. Rather, they went to his house to invade his home. First of all, they said, what's it called? Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. So the government should not act ignorance of the law. You can't go to somebody's house to invade because of an information. Instead, you invite him and ask him, this is the information you get from him. Or you go with a warrant of search. All these things are not brought to Igboho's house. And you went there, not just
sorry to ask you a question. So anybody that stand up want a referendum, government should just invite him. Anybody will stand up. To that, how does I want a referendum? Government should just invite me.
Let me tell you something.
What you are saying?
What are the proof? What are the proof of it?
That what? That is asking for referendum or succession.
No, what are the proof that he's having a weapon in his house?
No, my question. Listen, my question is based on what you guys are saying, that government should have invited him, and I'm not saying that. So anybody will just wake up say I won't go. Government should just invite him.
Okay. Let's not have this.
It's a question. I'm asking a question. I'm not there.
Yeah, but why are they inviting the other opposite side? That's the question to you.
I don't get the opposite side.
The opposite side, the Muslim guy that was in between Boko Haram.
Meyai, for example.
Why are they inviting him to come?
The federal government has not picked Meyai as a terrorist group.
Can you imagine? Is
me? I am just asking to know. These are questions. Are they? Because we see, that's what I'm saying. See, the government don't give you reason why they after this man. Are they wrong? Are they right? That now is left for the court to decide. But saying anybody that say you want succession, government should invite him. You know they work like that. How many people they want to invite? How many ethnicities in Nigeria?
This is a wake up call to both Igbo leaders and
organize yourself well. Organize yourself well. Generate. I mean, we're in a democracy. We're in a civilized society. We keep claiming. Organize yourself in a very civil manner and go. You have representative who will present your matter before the government. Then, if you want talking to them, we'll call you. But just because you wake around and say you want succession, they say no. Then
I need clarification from you. Have you seen Sunday Igboho kill anyone in Nigeria?
Are we talking about Sunday Igboho or we are talking about Kanu? Because my questions are very specific.
Yeah, but we started from there. That's why I'm asking you that question.
I am responding to what you guys are saying, that government should have invited him for talk. That's what you guys said.
Okay, but how come the government knows that he is importing weapons into his house?
Come, why they contradict yourself?
I'm not contradicting nothing. There's a warrant. There's a warrant.
Listen. Let me understand something. Make me understand something. You said government should have invited Kanu for talk. Am I right? Did I hear that right? Or I could be wrong. Is that what you said?
You said
yes.
Are you asking me the question?
Yes.
All right. I'm telling you now that initially when the whole Biafra thing started, it started the way Igboho started. So at that point, they were saying Obasanjo was even the one that made the statement that Buhari should negotiate with Nnamdi Kanu. Buhari refused. That was You are asking me. You should ask Obasanjo at what point. You would have asked Obasanjo at what point.
My
Now,
question is very direct to your statement, unless you did not say it. Did you say that government should have invited Kanu? I just want to be sure. Did you say
what's
that?
Negotiation all about? What's negotiation all about?
Okay, maybe you didn't say it. Then go ahead. You didn't say it then. Maybe you didn't. You know, talk.
No, he said. Let's say he said.
You said government should have invited Kanu for talk.
Philip, I'm coming. Yeah, they should have invited him.
And I'm not asking you. So anybody will just wake up saying one Secession, government make you just invite them.
But when the militant wants to blow the pipe, why did they invite them to come there?
You have not answered my question.
Okay, hold on. Let's not
you haven't answered my question.
Answer his question and then let's go to Sam.
Very straight. My question is very direct.
So but that's the answer you got now. It's vice versa. There's something you need to know about what they call it.
Avengers are not seeking for Secession. No.
Okay,
I remember clearly.
I will answer your question. Anybody that asks for secession, the government can invite the person. So it depends. So
can that's the word, can, but not should. Not should. It's not that obligation. Nobody say everybody will come and say they go say I come. No, government doesn't work like that.
Okay, let's hear from Sam, who always tries to come in, but we never get the chance to hear from him. So hopefully we hear from you this time around. Sam, good to see you again. Sam. This is the thing. Sam?
Is it calling from Nigeria?
No, it's coming. I think it's in America. That because I saw the background once and it looks like an American setup. Sam, if you can hear me, then just speak. Your mic is unmuted, so just speak. Sam? Okay, so there it is again. This is what happens often when we try to speak with Sam. Sam, try and click on the link to come back in again. I think you may be stuck in a funk somehow. So we remove Sam to bring in Rational Mind. Rational Mind, let's hear from you.
Yeah, it's good to be in your midst again.
Yeah, good to have you.
Yeah, it's what a day.
Yes.
It's been a very long day for most of us who have been talking about this whole event or situation in Nigeria, especially what happened today with the Igboho issue. It's kind of sad, I would say, very, very sad that this has to happen the way it did happen. I kind of, like I said this morning here, I kind of expected it to happen somewhat similar to what happened this morning, but not at the scale at which it happened, whereby they had to destroy his properties and even kill people, most importantly, people that were killed in the raid or whatever it's called. One thing is known, this Buhari's government is known for one thing. Anybody dissenting is viewed as an enemy of the state, which should not be. Dissenting, that's the beauty of so-called democracy or democracy. You see how it's playing out too with the political parties. We're seeing APC gradually swallowing PDP. But I just want to believe there is more to it than what we understand, in the sense that I hope PDP is not sending in their moles into APC to understand the inner workings of the party, and maybe before 2023, as we head closer to 2023, they'll be able to bring in some strategies as to how to defeat defeat APC in the election. Well, we're here to see how that plays out. And if it's truly that these people that are defecting, they're defected because of their own selfishness and whatever it is, that they fully want to become a part of the party, we're here to see how it plays out. But one thing I'm just saying is anything that has to do with opposition, the APC-led government of Buhari is not giving any room for any dissenting voices, and which makes us wonder, and we ask the question: are we in a democracy in Nigeria now, or are we becoming currently slipping into a one-party state? Even though they have multiple other parties that are registered, but these are just parties.
How would you answer that question?
Well, it's looking, like I said, it's really looking like we're slipping into some kind of one-party state, perhaps, if they're able to swallow up the other governors. And I mean, already they've been stealing a lot of the governors from the PDP.
That's their aim. You are very correct. That's their aim. That's the APC aim.
Sometimes I try to dissect and read the polity in Nigeria, because that's my field in some sort. Try to analyze it and understand the permutation and all that, to understand the minds of those people who are the strategists, both in government and in different political sphere in Nigeria. So anyway,
and what have you concluded based on your analysis?
Like I said, it's not too clear right at this point. It's just an analysis, but I'm gradually seeing a pattern, which is they don't want anybody that will oppose APC. APC wants to have an absolute control of that country, and I see that there's a narrative behind it, which is somewhat some clique, some group of ethnicity trying to control it, because they don't want to cover their ass or what they've done. Just in case if this whole thing they are doing currently right now, with the killings and everything going on, by fire in the future, so that they can give themselves some sort of immunity against prosecution or whatever, somebody that will cover them up, like a puppet, which they can eventually bring in either from south or middle belt, or any part of Nigeria they bring him off from. So the thing is, anybody dissenting is seen as an enemy of the state. But then these people that are dissenting, the question we should ask again is, how did they begin? They began as a peaceful groups calling for their own opinion to be heard and to be considered for what they are saying. But this government, like we know, even the one leading the government himself is a deaf man. Like he said, he has ear problem, and that ear problem has never. That's why the many medical trips he has gone, he has done abroad. Nothing has come out from it, and that shows you that he's somebody who's not willing to listen.
Having an ear problem, it disorients your thinking. It's not just a physical thing. It leads to like disorientation, sort of.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's anything that has to do with your mental ability to think rationally and all of that will also be affected. But then what I'm saying is, in a sense, is we're gradually saying Nigeria sliding into already see what is happening at just their own women caprices. They were able to just like, okay, we're shutting down Twitter. I mean, in a thinner society, you don't stifle media. You don't stifle.
Are we slowly going back to Buhari 1980 style?
Obviously, that is what it is.
Rashomon, have you heard that the news of Kanu arrest was actually broken in Hausa before the?
I heard that too. Yeah,
I saw it, but what he's saying is
I wasn't surprised as such.
Malami has addressed that. What he's saying is that he answered the questions. He did the press conference in English, but then BBC Hausa service came to request an interview, which he then conducted in Hausa language. So that is his response.
But what I heard was they said even before he started anything first, he spoke in Hausa. That was what they said. That was what the whole thing was about. But now I'm hearing another one that he said it was after he gave the press conference in English, and then that was when they asked him question in Hausa. Well, the point is what I heard was that the first thing he said. He said what?
I said that was a lie to cover up, because I saw the video. The video was an open discussion where he was addressing the press. So he was speaking outside. I saw the video.
They said he spoke Hausa first.
No, that's fair enough, because he doesn't understand how to speak English. So surely he will speak to a language.
What I'm saying is this is an Attorney General of the Federation, not an Attorney General of a region.
Uthman Danfodio University.
Okay. So you see,
so that was the language that they taught him law in Uthman Danfodio University.
The narrative that we keep pushing of a northernization of Nigeria, or Fulanization of an Hausanization of Nigeria, is this, the narrative seems to be speaking for itself, because you are addressing that is if it's true that the first language you spoke, that was what they said, was that it spoke in Hausa, You had a world press conference, and the first language you were to speak is a section of the country, language spoken in a section of the country, which is not even, they call it lingua franca or whatever it is, the official language of Nigeria. If he had spoken in the official language of Nigeria, which is English,
it started the conference. Nakwana Jama. How do you say it? Is it
I don't know.
Nakwana
Maybe that's what he
Jama?
said. I mean, I heard him. I saw the clip.
Rational mind. Can I say something? Can I tell you something?
This is to the British correspondent. Nakwana Jama.
Rational mind.
You want to ask a question? Go on.
Go on.
Yeah, not really a question, just to add up to what you're saying. And there's an information, there's news going on right now. It's on Vanguard. There's a news going on right now that the Nigerian government has gone to Pakistan to sign an agreement to help them fight terrorism. Okay. And we don't know Pakistan for how will I put it, to combat terrorism. Rather, they are terrorists themselves.
Yeah.
They harbor terrorists.
Yeah.
Likewise, the same federal government has gone to China to have an agreement with China to how to run their party or whatever. I don't know. But I know that even in China, they don't even have good democratic record. They don't even
democracy.
Rational man, that's what you are leading to, that one party system, because that's what China is
we're really slipping into that, because you're silencing opposition now, any dissenting voice, because if they eventually become a one party state, then we'll become like China, whereby no room for dissension. You must conform to the party.
But when you look at the roadmap of where we're heading to, frankly speaking, even the elites or the elites, they know that we're heading to a full-blown conflict in a very short time. It is not something that we can argue about, because these sets of people or these northerners are ready for us, but people don't seem to see it in that direction.
Yeah, so
frankly,
you see,
from that direction.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you are right in your assessment. But you see, the thing is, I think they silenced a lot of people who would otherwise would have even spoken up. And I see with what happened to Igboho today, like I said, the narrative has changed. With the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu, only God knows how much billions of naira or even dollars or millions of dollars they must have paid, whatever lobby or whatever international syndicate.
Because for Kenya to agree, we are not talking $1-2 million. We're not even talking 100. We're talking several hundred millions of dollars, if not even billions of dollars, for Kenya to agree.
One thing I'm even surprised about is, and I think I said that in the comment section, is that I said that I wonder why Nnamdi Kanu did not ask for a British consular service, because some people said it was in Czech Republic that they caught him from, and they had to extradite him through Kenya. Maybe they said that there was no direct flight from Nigeria. I don't know. Some people say, you can hear all kinds of story. Some people say he was flying a private jet. Some people were saying all kinds of things. But some people say it was even through Ethiopia. But what I believe that if it's through Ethiopia, it's possible, because I've heard a lot of friends of my people how they treat Nigerians in Ethiopia. If you fly Ethiopian airline, when you arrive at Addis Ababa airports, there's a maltreatment they give to Nigerians there. I've had a lot of people say that they single out Nigerians, and it's easy for them to have.
There's even this YouTuber called Tayo, I know. He was narrating.
That guy too. Yeah,
he was narrating an experience that he had at Ethiopian Airlines. As soon as they saw his Nigerian passport, they took him into the toilet and told him that he had to go do. Otherwise, they won't let him go, because they were convinced that he was carrying drugs.
But was Kanu having a Nigerian passport? That would be counter to what he claims to be. Like he said, he calls Nigeria a zoo. So why would you want to carry a zoo passport? And besides, Malami said that he said what?
Rational mind. Even Malami confirmed it. Kanu wasn't with his Nigerian passport. His passport
it was or it was not.
The pastor is the federal government, and they seize him that first time when they arrest him. Now he's still with them, so he escaped without the passport.
Since 2013, so even the passport has expired. It's only
Of
with
course,
his
2013. That was when they issued the passport, so it expired 2016, no doubt. I mean,
2018. 5 years.
5 years.
Yes, 5 years. And even in Nigerian immigration law, after 5 years that your passport expires, if you did not renew it in 2 years' time, then you can't even, it's even erased from the system entirely.
Let's even forget the fact. The thing is, Kanu did not have a Nigerian passport with him. There's no point carrying a Nigerian passport. But the thing, what baffles me is, why did he not ask for a British consular service? He could exercise his right at that point. When he was arrested by force.
No, rational mind. This guy was caught and sedated. It's like we are missing that point.
There's so many shadiness to
They didn't sit him down and serve him tea and say, we are taking you to Nigeria.
That was why I said only God knows the millions of dollars they must have paid to whatever syndicate that did this whole job for them.
They would have used Israelis because they are the experts in that. Thank you.
Go on, please.
No, carry on. Yeah.
Just to conclude, just in conclusion, what I'm just trying to say is that I know there's a lot of things to this whole thing that is happening than what we know or we speak about here on this platform. It's just what we see from the media or from different media outlets and whatever that we speak to. But one thing is certain from what I'm saying, any dissenting voice, even though they're non-violent, they are considered an enemy of the state in Nigeria, and we should not be. Because democracy should, like they say, democracy is the government for the people.
Is that a fair statement to make? Before I come to you again, because I've been trying to bring Sally in. So, Phil Collins, with your permission, let me shuffle you and bring Sally B in. And then I'll bring Ajalin Koko back in a moment. Is that a fair statement to make? Because you are saying dissenting voices, but Nnamdi Kanu is more than a dissenting voice. I think we can all agree on that. Sunday Igboho is more than just a dissenting voice. I think we can all agree on that. And Omoyele Sowore is more than just a dissenting voice. These are people that are calling for anarchy. These are people that are inciting and advocating violence. And these are people that are calling for secession. This is more than just saying that I disagree with the government and the country is not being run properly. These are people that are asking for and instigating direct action against the state and the citizenry.
The meaning of the word dissenting is people that you don't see eye to eye on issues.
Right, yes.
So whatever definition you're applying to it is still a dissenting voice.
It's not a dissenting voice. These are people asking for secession. That is beyond dissenting.
From what the government is. I mean, from the position of the government says we want one Nigeria. They said, no, it cannot work. We don't want it. So they dissent in that sense. So what I'm trying to say is that however you throw out, you spin that word, what I'm saying is that they dissent in a sense. And they don't agree on that. But the only thing is that how did they start?
Would you say Boko Haram is a dissenting voice?
Well,
by your definition, that would.
Good question. Thank you, one man.
Of course, yeah, they dissent with the government. But now the point is this: in their own they are more like an extremist group.
So how far away from Boko Haram is ESN and Nnamdi Kanu narrative? How far away from Boko Haram is that?
Don't compare them. Don't try to compare them.
No. I've put the position. You put the counterpoint. How far away are they?
Very, very. Because these guys in a sense, the comparison is this: Boko Haram started off more like a group, and they preached their religion and whatever until the government introduced violence into it. And they met it with violence. Now, they should have learned from that. The government should have learned from that. They did not learn. Now, we have Kanu, who started off to it's Zobu, like you used to say, and Iba, and all that kind of thing. We no agree. And why don't you call these people and ask them and sit them on a round table and ask them? But they will know they will never do that. They believe they have their ego that we are in control of the means to violence. We will never agree with you people. You are too smart for us to dialogue. Now, Igbo too came up into the scene. They should have also asked them.
Okay, no. Let's just stick with Kanu
You can't compare them.
Let me paint you a narrative, and then you tell me at which point you disagree. Boko Haram started with this Mohammed Yusuf preaching his own version of Islam and asking for a community, a nationhood that is vested on that narrative. He became a bit too boisterous. Obasanjo sent in troops and savaged the leadership, and that has spiraled now into the entity that we're contending with. Nnamdi Kanu, in his own quarters in the east, he is preaching not to religion but to tribe, but the same narrative, preaching to a want for a nation of his own people, similarly to how Yusuf was preaching for a religious a religious country, similar to how Obasanjo reacted to Mohammed Yusuf. Buhari reacted to Nnamdi Kanu by doing Python dance. This spiraled into an armed agitation via ESN, and Mohammed Yusuf spiraled into Boko Haram as we know it now, the same narrative.
Well, you're just trying to compare things that seems to be.
Which part of it? Which part of it do you disagree with?
Of course, because their own.
Which part of it do you disagree with?
I will explain myself. Let me just say, Boko Haram is more religious. They are into that's religion. But why these people are just sectional in the sense that they're talking about their own people, not religion. They're not talking about religion in this sense. They're talking about their own people being marginalized or what they are supposed to get.
It's a peculiar want, isn't it?
Yeah,
Boko Haram has a peculiar want.
Yeah,
and Nnamdi Kanu has a peculiar want. They are both peculiar wants.
Yeah, it's peculiar because they're talking about their own people. They're not talking about religion. They're not speaking to religion.
But he is talking about his own people too. Mohammed Yusuf, he is talking about his own people too.
No, he's talking about a section of a religion. Even among Islam, they do not. Let's not go. I don't want to go into all those things about Islam, whatever. What I'm just saying is that even among themselves, the Islamic, they don't even agree on issues because even the Quran is open to various interpretation. So, but their own version is extremism. They want to adopt extremism. That is why that's in that sense you cannot compare it in that sense. There's they are all fighting for their own people. I mean, namely Nnamdi Kanu and Igboho talking about their own people being, marginalized in a system that's supposed to be federating or that should be inclusive. You get it? So that is just in that sense you cannot compare it. But what the only comparison there is that they started off as a peaceful group. That I can understand, but the government should have employed some kind of
dialogue. So they started off as a peaceful group. You agree? The government should have dialogue with Boko Haram, and the government should have dialogue with
of course, they should have dialogue with
Biafra.
Yeah,
and Biafra.
Yeah, they should have dialogue with Boko Haram at the beginning when it happened. But that is where
and Biafra. Yeah, no. So let's just still stick with where we're going. So they should have dialogue with Boko Haram, and they should have dialogued with Biafra. Would you say they should have dialogue with Biafra?
They should have dialogue with them. Yeah. Sit down with them.
Would you say that the approach that Obasanjo used for Boko Haram to send in the army to go and savage them, that was the wrong approach?
You see, to answer that your question, these guys, namely Obasanjo and Buhari, these are military guys. They only speak one language, and which is that language this idiot talked about recently. He says violence. Says we speak to them in the language you understand. These are military terms. These are kind of what kind of terms that you use. We speak to them in language you understand. So what language are we talking about? We're talking about violence here. No, in a democratic setting, you don't employ violence. Is not the only means to resolving conflict resolution.
Okay, so to the question, would you? Sorry, I'm getting somebody. Hold on. So to the question, who am I getting? Is that
OVA? That's OVA.
Yeah, hold on. So to the question, would you agree that Obasanjo using violence to weigh against the Boko Haram situation in its early fledglings when it was just some radical Islam guy that was preaching a version of religion, Obasanjo sending in troops in to savage him and kill that man, and Buhari sending the troops in to go and do Python dance to go and savage Nnamdi Kanu. Would you say that was the wrong approach?
It was Did Obasanjo actually send troops to Boko Haram, or you meant Jonathan?
Was it not under Obasanjo that Mohammed Yusuf was savage?
It was under
Obasanjo left 2007.
Okay, but whoever did it, would you say that
it was Obasanjo? It was Obasanjo that killed him.
Okay, no, let's not because we do tend to go. Let's stick with the point. The savaging of the Boko Haram situation by military force and the savaging of the Biafra narrative by its military force. Would you say those were the wrong approaches?
You see, in any way you look at it, it's the wrong approach.
Right.
It's a wrong approach. Now, what I'm saying is that in conflict management and resolution,
no, let's not go to.
I know I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to bore you up with whatever theory. I'm just saying that to manage conflicts, it's not about violence. You don't employ the first approach should not be violence. The first approach should be talks, dialogue, and all of that, conferencing and everything.
And would you say that? No, we agree with all of that. So, would you say that violent approach, both to the Boko Haram in its fledglings, and to the Biafra narrative when it was just some random noise in the ethers, would you say that violent approach to both narratives was what spiraled it into now this entity that they have both become?
Well, yes, the lack of communication, lack of conflict management, managing the conflict, bringing them to the on the table, and apart from that, even the style and the approach of the government. Now, let us understand.
So you're telling me that you don't think Boko Haram and ESN and IPOB are essentially the same narrative?
No, it's not the same narrative. You are applying it. You're putting them in the same box. No, it's not. The art of Boko Haram is more religious, and they were very violent. They employ real violence. They employ guerrilla tactics. That of the what's it called? IPOB. IPOB did not employ violence until the issue of the ESN came into the matter. And besides, for your information, I can tell you, in all reality, I mean, for what happened to Igboho today, it is very clear that most of those violence that was done in the southeast, where a lot of INEC offices were burned or people were killed by so-called unknown government, it is very apparent from what we see today happened that the state has either some state actors and non-state actors that they've harmed to perpetrate violence, to kind of like create an impression that some people or some group of people are responsible for this. ESN were only after the Fulani bandits that were terrorizing people in the farms, in the forest of people, just as they were doing in the southwest. So they are only trying to prevent whereby their people will be stopped from going to farm and they will not be able to harvest or even kill them. But that was where they came into the picture. But they were seen with guns or chasing out the Fulanis. From there, they start them as being terrorists from there. I don't see any, besides that event, I've not seen another event that you can put your hand on that Nnamdi Kanu and his ESN, they went killing this person or destroying or attacking somebody's house. And, do you have any evidence to that?
No, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. A lot of these questions are not my belief, but they are questions, and not just to my conversation with you.
It's a rhetorical question too, I'm not saying.
Yeah, to conversations in general that we have here. So please don't hold me to anything. The questions that, not you personally, but to the general, just to the general space. Don't hold me to anything. The questions that I put are questions that are existing, and the conversation is ongoing, and I'm asking that question be addressed both by the person that I'm speaking with and to the people that are listening as well, just so that we get the full roundings of what the conversation is all about. But I thank you, Nodi. Let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat, and then I'll go to the silky tones of Celibis. But to Alexander's super chat first, Alexander, it says, two Israeli agents flew into Dubai to take out a top Palestinian in a hotel in the 2000s. Yes, I know that story. I've even seen documentaries on it. So two Israeli agents flew into Dubai to take out a top Palestinian in a hotel in the 2000s, did the job in 2 hours and flew out with a clone British passport. They are experts in covert operations. So yes, almost certainly there will be some Israeli influence in that whole narrative. So with your permission, Ovie, I'll shuffle you just to bring the Seno in as we go to the silky tones of Celibis. So Sally, to you, Sunday Igboho, the army says they didn't do it. The DSS claim responsibility, a cache of heavy-duty weaponry found in its premises, with all sorts of bands of juju clothing and heavy-duty dollars, etc. So a real recovery by the security agencies, and they're now asking him to hand himself over to the authorities because, of course, resistance is futile, citing the example of Nnamdi Kanu. And with Nnamdi Kanu, Lai Mohammed is describing a five-star lifestyle, private jet, luxury apartments, Fendi top to toe, and fat bottom girls. So, Sally, to you. Oh, we can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you
Oh,
hear
there
me
you are.
now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, basically first of all I would say so what? Because when you see adults in the name of, leadership and governance acting like, kindergarten, and not understanding what encompasses being part of a society and citizenry, you know, then we have a problem. Basically, I would just say we don't have a country. We don't have a country. We don't have an entity. Because the entity must, bring the people together. And if there is no entity, then there's no entity. Then basically, I would just say we are a banana republic, if that is a nice word, a nice cliche. We're just a banana republic. Because now, okay, Sunday Igboho, you might not like what he's doing, but he was basically representing his own local community that was actually attacked by the Fulani herdsmen. We all know, and that is well established. Now, they were attacked, they were killed, and so on. At one point, at Ingongo, they went and burnt out their houses and all that. Now, there was not even one reference of that or one citation of that by anybody in in all these positions of governance, including the so-called president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. None of that emerged. We did not hear anything that he said. He just came and said this and this and that, and he never even said anything about how you look at these people. Yeah, these are human beings, right? I mean, let us not just get frivolic and laugh about these things. These are real people, and they have people, they have moms, they have dads, they have all sorts of relations who will be be grieving and bereaved for their loss. And then they've been trying to get Sunday Igboho. They go to his house and just look at the blood. I've never heard, I mean, in this country, sometimes they raid drug camps and things like that. I've never heard that they even shot anybody, not one person. They will gather all of them one way or the other. They will take them police station and they will start to interview them, and they will not torture them. So what is this thing that we say is a country, and we say we are a democracy, and yet we cannot apply the rules and functions of a democratic entity? We continue to use so much violence. I see this government as a government that is desperate, knowing full well that they're not doing what is expected. First of all, they are not living up to their manifesto to start with, and secondly, they don't even care about the citizens, because time and time again it's shown. One time ago, the people were supposed to be giving palliatives, which were not even from them, and these palliatives were from all over the world. Everybody, even people like you and I, donated. Now, did they share these things out to the people? No. So it looks as if the government is kind of systematically trying to keep people impoverished, tortured, malhandled,
Sorry,
to
Sally,
put them in
is
fear.
that not the northern way, though? Because that is essentially how they control their population in the north. So are they now trying to replicate that template over the entirety of the Nigerian space? Because, of course, the northern system and a Majori system.
It's not a thing of a northern system or even a Algerian system. Even Saudi Arabia, that they practice their Muslim or whatever. I don't know if they practice Sharia, but I'm sure they do. We don't see such violence and blood, blood,
Are you sure about
bleeding
that?
scenarios.
Go and speak to Adnan Khashoggi's family. They'll tell you differently what they did to
Yeah,
him
but
in
I
Turkish
knew one time they
embassy.
held the daughter. I mean the Saudi, no, sorry, the Dubai one, the
Yeah.
Emirates guy, the daughter and all that, and everybody was concerned to find out where she was and what was happening with her. But there was no, that's blood everywhere. Nigeria is becoming a state of blood, and then so I don't know what to say. Whether
I
it's
agree
even
with that,
whether
Nigeria
it's
is
even
becoming a
necessary to
state
say
of blood.
anything, or whether it's even just a waste of time saying anything, because I've never heard this happen in Ghana. Neither have I heard this. Even I know there was this guy was having issues with the government. He was beaten up and all that. That's Uganda. But did you see such?
Bobby Wine.
Did you see such blood? Did you see such?
Just you referencing Uganda, the last sort of time that we were in this space was as far back as Idi Amin of Uganda. So this is like almost those Idi Amin type, when there's just blood and brutality all over the space. And you are saying this, Nigeria, especially in Africa, it stands in West Africa, it stands in isolation for this sort of thing. We're not hearing it in Ghana, we're not hearing it in Togo. Well, maybe in some of the northern countries, we're even hearing it, sort of some of the Chad, something or the other. But we hear it essentially in Nigeria, just brutality almost every
Okay,
single day.
but we
Yeah,
didn't hear this type of thing in Jonathan's time, and that's
that's
one
the thing.
thing. People keep going on Jonathan. He didn't hear. We didn't hear any of these things. Corruption is something that is actually is a system that you can almost, it's like a virus. If you take it out, maybe the country, well, I don't know whether it's going to crash, and I think it will, because there are just a few people that are actually siphoning Nigeria's money. Therefore, if we take out this virus, I suppose the realization will be so much overwhelming that basically what's going to happen is that the country will knock into pieces. As far as the Europeans are concerned, they're reading it. Nigeria is supposed to be an ended state. We're supposed to have finished since 2015. We're just trying to limp on to try and bring things together. Because perhaps because we've stayed together, we still have that, apathy for each other, and we don't want to leave. We just want to be together. But that doesn't have to be at the cost of all our lives. Because if it happens to one, it's going to happen to all. And then people are not seeing it that way. People come crap.
Sally, people
talking
cannot
this.
be held by force, Nnamdi Kanu and his people are saying they want a way. You go and do international espionage, Kung Fu style, and you capture him and you're parading him. Sunday and Igboho and his people are saying they want a way, and you go and savage his house. People cannot be held against their will. So we're essentially now being held against. We're living in fear in Nigeria, is really the
Yeah.
thing. This
But
is
why
it. We
can't the
can't live in
government
fear.
call everybody, okay, let's have a talk? Because when things go wrong like this at some point, and people have been saying, let's have a talk, let's have a talk. They have made no effort. And then you bring a Lai Mohammed, such an elderly guy that you want to respect and give him that, at least as a grandfather, just give him that respect. But the man will come out and talk all kind of rubbish, and you begin
Okay,
to wonder where it's coming from.
going to the rubbish then. So since you introduced the rubbish, then we'll go to fat bottom girls, private jets, and designer clothing. The lifestyle of Nnamdi Kanu, like an Arab prince, of course, at the expense of the membership fees of the adherents. Was this the life that you thought he was living?
But because they're
Fendi,
narrow-minded. Because they're
Fendi,
narrow-minded.
yeah.
They're narrow-minded. Everybody wears designer. I wear designer. You wear designer. Sometimes I don't wear designer, but
Yeah, but
sometimes I wear
you are a
designer.
wealthy woman from the creek. Nnamdi
No,
Kanu is the
anybody
labor
wears
guy.
designer. If you have the money, you're doing your job, you go buy your Gucci hats. But what is that? That is nothing. That's rubbish. That's nothing. That's nonsense. Also, in fact, the government should not be talking on that space. If he's wearing whatever anybody wears, you don't even know if his wife that bought it for him, his sister bought it for him. So because he's wearing designer, and so what?
No, I think they are trying to paint him in a particular sort of light.
We don't need their
Yeah.
painting, because what we need them to paint is a good country, a good governance. That's what we need. We need a painting, good governance, everything working. There's light, there's water, electricity, there's the schools are working, everything is working, rails are working, roads are working, good roads. That's what we need.
You know something, Sally. I often wonder all the efforts that these people make to defend bad governance and to defend their corrupt practices and to repress people, all the efforts that they are using to do all these things, it would take half that effort just to run the country properly. It's probably easier and cheaper for them just to run the country properly. All of these efforts that they make just to hold people down because they don't really know any better.
That's one
Exactly,
of the
but when you don't have a good heart, then you're wicked. And when you're wicked, you always see your stepchild, rather than embracing her and taking her as one of your own with the love of your husband, you now start giving her food, dog food. I've seen this. Women do it in that country and even everywhere.
No,
They start giving dog food to the child. This is exactly the same thing. What the government is giving us is dog food. And we're just stepchildren that they don't like, and they just want us to wither and die. So, because even when people talk about doing initiatives to kind of help our people and things like that, do you know the government frowns at that? They don't want us. They hate the diasporans because we send money. We send. Let me tell you, we diasporans, and I did this in my study. Again, you will say blah blah blah, but yes, in my study, I did that research, and I found that Nigerians in diaspora are contributing 58% of what the economy is running. 48%, which is just nearly 50%, is actually coming from diaspora. And
Yes,
they still don't respect us.
I think
what kind of government is that?
Isaac spoke about that as well. But thank you, Sally. Stay there to the serious news, and you can see him looking serious already, like some correspondent from BBC. So the center we go to, dog food is our portion now.
Because I'm very angry.
Yeah, dog food is our portion now. Sunday Igboho, of course. And by the way, Sunday Igboho said he was actually indoors when all of these things was going on, and he was looking through his window and wondering what the commotion is. But to Sunday Igboho, Nnamdi Kanu, and everything in between. Good to see you, Deseno.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Hello, Celebi and engineer, Rational Mind, and Ola. Good to see you guys. You see, the thing is there's a whole lot of things to talk about because first of all, let me start with the Nnamdi Kanu saga and what transpired. I do not believe that Israeli or whatever kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu from London. I'm simply known this. Probably I might be wrong, I don't know, but I know for let me say 80% that the British government has something to do with this. Israel will not be that crazy to go to Britain and kidnap somebody inside of Britain, then Britain will just keep quiet and not say anything. Britain know exactly what transpired. Britain is worried that Nigeria is disintegrating into chaos. And they are worried about the fallout of the refugee, of what will happen, because should Nigeria go that route, Britain will bear the brunt of the crisis. They don't want that. These people have worked on the ground with the Nigerian government, in my opinion. They must have, persuaded Kanu in so many ways, or maybe threatened him in so many ways, or maybe arrested him. See, you have to just put one and one together. If you put one and one together, that'll give you two. You see, Kenya, the pendulum is swinging towards Kenya. That Kenya, he was arrested in Kenya, because they be mentioning so many countries. But I actually pick Kenya because Kenya is a special country in Africa, and Britain have one of the biggest military bases in Kenya. So. And there is a Kenya Airways, Airways always traveling almost on a daily basis to, from Britain to Kenya. And under the European law, if Kanu was arrested publicly in the UK, he will be subjected to the legal system of the UK and the European Union. So it will be very convenient for Britain to allow some people to come in and take him to a third country, where they will not be liable under the British law and the European law. So I believe this is what transpired. Britain is not that stupid. They are smart people. I've lived long enough in Europe for me to understand the tenacity of the British system. They are very clever. Kanu cannot be arrested in any territory within the European Union and not be subject to legal system. So I am still holding out that Britain know exactly what happened. They cannot be ignorant of this. Trust me. He's their citizen, although he's a black man. But I do not believe some people came to even though he was kidnapped in the UK, Britain knows something. Britain was part of it. Nobody else. Not the Israeli, not the American, nobody will come to Britain and do such a thing. Except those Israeli, they lost their mind. They've lost their mind. For that to happen in Britain, and Britain will just keep quiet without their connivance or the Americans. I know Americans know what happened. Britain know what happened. They just keep it quiet. It was part of the agreement. And Nigeria is not Nigeria will never ever reveal those, or maybe 20, 30 years from now. Nigeria is not going to reveal, what happened to Kanu, how he was adopted. If he was adopted in Kenya, trust me, somebody must have leaked the secrets, how he was adopted, and Kanu was simply handed over to Nigeria from a third country. He was simply handed over to a third country. I mean, to Nigerian government, from a third country. Nothing. There's no other speculation that will convince me otherwise. I've lived long enough in the UK. I mean, in the UK and other, and where I am now, to understand the behavior of these people.
Deseno. Yes. Deseno, hold on. Let me bring you a couple of paragraphs. This is from Sahara Reporters. So I'm telling you that just so you know what the source is. It says, in a statement obtained by Sahara Reporters on Wednesday, Nnamdi Kanu's younger brother, Emmanuel Kanu, said he was unlawfully arrested in Kenya, detained, and subsequently extracted from the country to Nigeria, where he is now detained. He said, "My brother Nnamdi Kanu demands the right to self-determination for Biafra. Self-determination is not the right that underpins self-determination is the right that underpins the United Nations." And then he goes on, because Biafra supports Nnamdi Kanu's call for Biafra nation self-determination, my brother has now been subjected to the most serious violation of international law. Whilst visiting Kenya, Nnamdi Kanu was detained and handed over to Nigerian authorities, who flew him to Nigeria. My brother was subjected to extraordinary rendition by Kenya and Nigeria. They have violated the most basic principles of law. Extraordinary rendition is one of the most serious crimes states can commit. Nnamdi Kanu's brother himself is coming out in the public space, and he would know his movement.
One man.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Let me just say this.
When you say the extraordinary rendition, the fact of the matter is this. I know it was probably yes, it was handed over to Nigeria in Kenya, but Kenya was just the scapegoat of this whole thing.
But then, let me say something. One will imagine or wonder that, okay, if when he was arrested, was he given a consular? Given the choice of asking his consular from the country. So normally he's supposed to ask for that. I don't know if he knows that. If he knows that, somebody of his caliber should.
Sorry, Deseno. What are you talking about, consulate? Somebody is illegally kidnapped to be.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're still speaking to the same narrative. What I'm saying is this: we're just looking at the possibility of what might have happened. That if he had asked for consular, okay, if they stop him at maybe in Czech Republic. Which is in Europe.
He did not go to any Czech Republic. You need to understand something.
I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying exactly.
I don't know.
If any country
Brazil or Malaysia. No, I do not believe in any of that. You need to understand the behavior of the European.
I understand. What I'm saying.
Listen, this is the reason why they did not take him to any other European country or South American country. They know that these people they uphold the law in their system, even South America, even though they are poor South America country, they still uphold the law. They know that if they are taking him to one of those countries, he will be subject to litigation and all of that. International
what I'm
law
saying
and
is,
what will come and argue over the issue. The thing is, they know that Africa is a lawless country. I mean, a lawless region. Most of the countries in Africa, they are lawless. It is only in Africa the external rendition that they're talking about.
Hold on, Adeseno, because your narration is speaking contrary to what his brother is saying. Listen very carefully to this. He says it is hold on. No, I need to re-emphasize this. So because what you're saying is unpicking what is being said here. It says in a statement obtained by Sahara reporters on Wednesday, Nnamdi Kanu's youngest brother Emmanuel said he was unlawfully arrested in Kenya. So he is saying that he is in Kenya and he was arrested there. This is his brother speaking. Emmanuel Kanu said he was unlawfully arrested in Kenya. So how does that chime with what you are painting?
Yeah, you need to understand. You need to understand me.
Okay.
Underline the word Kenya. Underline that word Kenya. What I'm saying to you is this: regardless of what happened in Kenya, Kenya is just a route taken by this adopter.
Where was he arrested? What is by your theory? Where was he arrested?
I'm saying to you that Britain transferred Kanu to Kenya.
He was detained in Britain, transferred to Kenya, and then they staged an arrest in Kenya, right?
And the Kenyan authority transferred him to Nigerian government.
Oh, okay. Hold on. How is what you are saying? How does that chime with what his brother just said?
Because I'm holding up to the narrative that nobody, not even the so-called Israeli expert in kidnapping, whoever attempt to go to Britain and kidnap somebody in Britain.
No, we agree with that, but his brother said he was arrested in Kenya, and you are telling us differently.
Because the brother doesn't understand the behavior of the British.
Come on.
I am saying to you that
his brother, hold on. Who is likely to know where he is? His brother or you? Who is likely to know his movement?
It's not about knowing where he was arrested. I'm saying to you that whatever happened started in Britain. Kenya was just the transit point that the brother knew about.
No, but that wasn't the narrative. That wasn't the narrative of his brother. What you are saying is not the narrative.
No. I'm not saying that the brother is wrong.
Wait a minute.
The brother is right. But what I'm saying to you,
the brother is right. Right?
Yes.
The brother is right. But what generates that thing is from the UK. You understand?
Yes.
One man.
No, I don't. I understand.
Okay, this is what happened. I'll give you an example of myself now. Please.
Okay.
Let me give you a good example of myself.
Okay.
And it's going to shock you what I'm going to say now.
Okay.
I was once in university here. I was meant to finish 2013, right? The university, they gave me 3 methods to pay my fees, which I pay international fees. And all of a sudden, I was writing my final year projects. They end up saying I have to pay the money in full. I said, pardon? So I went to the university. I present what they said to me to pay my fees 3 times installment. And how come all of a sudden you said to me to pay in full? This is what happened. That's where what Dasino is saying, I completely agree with him. Now, they refused to renew my visa. And guess what happened? I applied to British, immigration, which they sent my document back to me that you need to go through your school. I was in Britain for 89 days. The 90 days, you see, God is wonderful. The 90 days, something speak to me that go to your friend's house and sleep. It was a miracle. My friend visited me. He's at home, and the police came to my house by 3 a.m. They knocked at my window. My friend goes, "Oh, is there any problem with Joseph?" They goes, "No, we just want to see him." He said, "Are you sure?" He said to them, Joseph is not home. He went to his friend's house to sleep. They said, do you have his mobile number? Which he said, yeah. And to the funniest part of it, I was at my friend's house. I said, you know what? Let me switch off my phone. It's like something is talking to me. Now, I put my phone off. The police, they tried my phone number by 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. It wasn't going. You understand? What am I trying to say here? I went back. That's the 90 days. I went back to my house, and my mate said to me,
are you there? What's happened? It's frozen. Okay, I wasn't sure where he was going with that, because that doesn't really go with
let me say something. One man. You see, we keep talking about this narrative of Nnamdi Kanu, how he was extradited. I mean, how he was picked up.
Right.
Well, we don't really actually know exactly how he was picked up. But what
the narrating seems to run contrary some. Huh?
Of course, but what I know is this: the Senate. Just hold on first. What I know is this: is that I know actually, like he's saying that the British government, they tricked him to fly to Kenya. Already they've set the trap there for him, which I don't want to believe they tricked him. If they tricked him to Kenya, I was saying that. Okay, so what did they do then? They took him there.
No, yes. You cannot say that, because his brother is saying he was there. His brother,
the truth will come out many years from now.
But the truth is already out. His own brother is saying he was there.
Because I know the British mindset.
No, forget that. His brother is saying he was there. His brother did not say he disappeared from Britain. If he disappeared from Britain, his brother will say he disappeared from Britain.
Let me clear you something. Let me clear something with you. I am not saying his brother is wrong. His brother is 100% right.
You cannot say it.
I'm saying to you that the brother is 100% right. Yes, he was arrested in Kenya, but his movement from Kenya has nothing to do with the British. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay. All right.
But it's not conflicting, because if you say he moved to Kenya, the British government took him there. Why would they take him there? What was the discussion from?
Let me tell you the reason in the beginning of my statement. I said because
when you lost me
in Nigeria, Britain is foreseeing that Nigeria is about to go to a civil war. So in order to avert that, they have to sacrifice Kanu to make sure that this guy, let's go take him to Nigeria, let him go face it. After all,
why would the government hand over their own citizen? That would be
you have to understand that Nnamdi Kanu is naturalized, not
even though it's naturalized, but
listen to me. Listen, just listen, please. You see, don't forget that if you are a black Briton or a black man in Europe, in Western countries, your citizen is as good as not be a citizen. Okay. When you have problems, take it or leave it.
Oh, all right. Okay, let me take Alexander's super chat and then you carry on with your narrations. This is what Alexander is saying at Deseno. It says Deseno is entitled to his opinion, but not to his fact. He is speculating at best. However, the British, in my opinion, played a pertinent role in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's arrest.
Exactly, so that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. All right. So
there is no other thing that you can continue with.
Why is the consular officer or the High Commissioner in Lagos, or is it in Abuja? Why is he now saying he's going to?
Forget about what they are telling you. Forget about what they are telling you. Never trust you. If you trust, let me tell you. If you ever trust a British man, you will go to your grave. You will go to your grave right there. If you ever trust them. These people, they know exactly what happened with Kanu. They are part of it, and that is why they are being extraordinarily quiet.
But they are not being quiet. They've offered him consular service. They are negotiating visits.
That is the official service the embassy may provide to Nnamdi
Kanu. What I'm saying is this: why am I choose to want to agree? I mean, kind of like, okay, still on. I mean, accept what you say in the sense is that when Kanu was wherever he was picked up, where he was intercepted, like this guy used the word. Now, if you like, for example, now I'm a U.S. citizen, and then I go to a country, and maybe my country my country of origin, Nigeria, is looking for me, and then maybe I went to somewhere in Africa, like South Africa, and international police said, okay, there's an arrest warrant for you. I would say at that point, I want to speak to my consular officer from my country, which is the US, and I'll talk to the US consular officer. I said, I want a legal for my extradition. I don't want them extraditing me from here. I want challenges extradition from here. There should be a process for that.
Let me say this to you.
Desano is right. If you are a black man in a white man's
let's not go down that route. Let's narrow it
to
this.
No, one man, no. I'm telling you, I am.
We all know the black experience. We're all black in diaspora, so we all have a.
No, it's not about just black experience. If these people extricate their own son from the royal family, who are you to them?
Yes, no. Nobody is disagreeing with a lot of
the royal family.
Hold on now. Let's not go down another rabbit hole. I want to stick with the Senate on this point that is making. Nobody is disagreeing that the British will sacrifice. In fact, we've even said it here, and you were part of that conversation. They will sacrifice you in a heartbeat if it's expedient for them to do so. But this narrative that you are painting is the one that I'm not clear on. They are saying essentially that Britain held him in the United Kingdom, but because of the legalities of Britain and the European Union and civilized country, they took him to a third world country and then facilitated his arrest, which then subsequently led to his rendition to Nigeria. That seems a bit, with respect, fanciful. That sounds far-fetched.
It is highly possible. Let me tell you something. One man, listen. Wait. Let me say one thing. One man, let me tell you something about these countries: England, US. These countries.
No, we know all of these.
Don't tell us. I'm trying to say one. Wait. Okay. I'm not saying it is true or not, but what I'm saying is one thing I know about these countries very well. Trust me. I work for this government. The interests of those countries come first.
But nobody is disagreeing. That's why I'm saying, hold on. That's why I'm saying let's narrow it to the specifics of
this. That's what I'm saying. If you ever arrive,
they will sacrifice you to their interests. But the narrative that the Senate is painting, it doesn't altogether cohere, especially when we have heard a narration that coheres more from a direct source, which is this guy's brother. The brother said he was arrested in Kenya. The brother, if that guy was in the United Kingdom and he disappeared from the United Kingdom, the brother would have said, the last time I heard from him, he was in the UK. I don't know how he happened to be in Kenya to facilitate that arrest. But the brother said he was arrested in Kenya and is holding both Kenya and Nigeria responsible for that. So what he's saying, which is implicit in everything that he has said, is that his own brother, who would know his movement, is aware that he was in Kenya. So, I mean, how would you hold to the contrary? You can't hold to the contrary now.
Let me clarify you on that. You see, I've already clarified many times, but I will say it one more time. The brother is right that he was arrested in Kenya and rendition to Nigeria. Yes, but I'm telling you the origin of the problem. Kanu has never traveled to anywhere without a press secretary or bodyguards. But on this occasion, he seemed to travel alone.
How would you know that?
Because Kanu travel everywhere all the time. He traveled to Japan, he traveled to US, he traveled to so many other countries. He didn't travel by himself. He was always with bodyguards.
Well, if he was going to see a woman, I don't think he would have gone with a bodyguard. Well, we don't know why he went.
Why did he travel on his own?
Like I said,
I'm happy to accept all manners of British involvement. I'm happy to even accept that the British tipped off the Nigerian system to then set off the process of having him picked up in Kenya. But I'm not happy to. I'm happy to accept that. But I'm not happy to accept that it was picked up in the United Kingdom, renditioned to Kenya, and then renditioned to Nigeria. That seems far-fetched to me. But that's just my opinion.
That part too. I kind of.
It's too far-fetched.
I doubt if he started in UK. I doubt if he started in UK. I would doubt.
No, it was in Kenya. The British may have tipped off. Of almost certainly, they would have tipped them off for that gas that they found in Nigeria or something. So the British served them up, but certainly he was in Kenya of his own free will.
what I'm even saying, what I'm even saying is,
I would believe that it was escorted to Kenya.
Okay.
By some secret
what I'm even
service.
saying,
No. The UK won't do that because first of all,
that's a difference
they know
of opinion.
That's I'm just speculating on that.
No, the reason why I said they won't do that is because they know if they do that,
him.
Kanu will let his people know that okay, it was the UK that actually put me in this position.
And his own brother will even say it now.
He would have told his people that it was the UK that put me here.
When the brother is telling us that it was in Kenya and you are telling us it was picked up in the UK.
How did the brother? Because
let me say something.
One man.
Hold on, Nodi. Yeah.
The brother did not know until he got to Kenya. It's only when he got to Kenya, probably they allowed him to make a phone call to his brother or something or somebody. The brother.
How do you know that?
Because all the conversation started, all the conversation that we, with Kanu started from Kenya, not from Britain. Does it tell you something?
What conversation? What conversation?
The conversation about Kanu being, rendition to Nigeria. All the conversation started in Kenya.
Right.
In regard to the
that is where he was. Yeah, that is where he was picked up.
In regard to Nigerian government,
Yeah,
that
because that is where he was picked up.
Where was it accepted?
Where do you want it to start from? What are you talking about?
Sometimes
he was in Kenya. That is where the incident. That is the starting point of the incident.
Sometimes when somebody is too quiet and too silent, is too silent. Sometimes that means there's a problem. Britain is too be quiet on this matter.
But they are speaking.
They are speaking through their embassy, not from. They are speaking through their embassy.
This is my theory.
What would Britain do? Nnamdi Kanu is just, to all intents and purposes, it serves no purpose to Britain, and they're even happier for him to be in Nigeria's custody.
In as far as Kanu is a British citizen.
No, also, come off it. How many?
Woman. This is what I think. I think Kanu was going somewhere, but he had a connect flight with how you travel. Those of us that travel, you understand this. Whenever you go into a country, you have a connect flight. You land in one country's airport and then you catch another flight.
I can accept that.
What I think is that
what I would not accept is that he was picked in Britain and taken to. I mean, that's too far-fetched.
No, what I think is this
because you don't know because you don't understand these people.
I know, I do understand. I've lived here up to more than
it's possible that British
of my life. I mean, come on.
The shock behind
you. Come on. I've lived the breath of this country. I know how things work. I was educated.
It's highly possible that British.
Don't count them out. That's what I'm telling you. Don't count them out.
Don't count them out. It's highly possible that British may have set them up.
I'm not disputing that. In fact, that is my opinion too. That the British set him up. That is my opinion. That they set him up and they tipped whoever did it to be tipped off, and they served him up. I agree with all of that, but I don't agree that he was taken from Britain to Kenya out of his own free will, against his free will, and then renditioned to Kenya, and then renditioned from Kenya to Nigeria. That's just, especially when his own brother was saying he was in Kenya. I mean,
woman. Like a few months ago, I don't know if you follow this IPOB stuff. There was a thing that was going on, a rumor that was going on among the IPOB community that Nnamdi Kanu has a case in England. He did something illegal in England. They have a case, and people were saying that very soon, like he was going to go to prison in England for something illegal he did. So what I'm thinking is that the British may have trying to avoid having him convicted in their country for a crime because they don't want to offend.
I'm sure they threw him under the bus.
So they may have just said, this guy here has broken the law here.
They did not take him to Kenya to hand him over.
I doubt they took him to Kenya, but they may have picked up the Nigerian.
It's too far-fetched.
Yeah, they may have tipped up the Nigerian government that, okay, this guy will have a connect flight to Kenya.
Exactly, I agree with that.
The Nigerian government will make that quick move to say, okay, once they land in Kenya, they will call the Kenyan people and just pay them some money.
I agree with that.
Once they land in your airport, we're going to have our private jet waiting to catch him there, So I think it was set up.
And that is nearer the truth, what you've just described.
But my point is this. Let me say something. My point is this.
Okay, say that, and then I'll shuffle you, Nodi, to bring Rene in. So you make a point. Go on.
Was due process used in facilitating this extradition back to Nigeria? Because there's a due process for everything. If you are said to be a criminal being wanted, the other country that is trying to extradite you, they should go through the normal process, which is You have to go through maybe whatever court has to sanction it. Okay, releasing you off, it's off our neck. When this followed, was even any
There was nothing
petition
like that.
So that's what I'm saying. So it was an illegal. I mean, like the way it is.
But third world countries, man, they don't follow. This is what Kenya is a third world country.
Don't function like.
All Nigerian government has to do is pay somebody, pay the authority. That's it.
There will be legal implications. There will be legal implications. So that is why they don't want it to happen in their territory.
He wasn't extradited. He was renditioned because extradition is a legal process and rendition is not. He was renditioned to Nigeria.
So is it rendition or is it extradition or is it interception?
No, no. If it's extradited, if it's extradited,
it was not extradited.
That has to go through due process, and it was renditioned. That is covertly, almost forcefully taken. So that is renditioning. The Americans do it.
Like the senator was saying,
it was renditioned.
So, like the senator was saying, so when he flew to Kenya in Nairobi, and then they went into the hotel and drugged him from there, and then they packaged him into. Is that what happened?
No, I don't think it's necessarily drugging. They don't have to do that.
What happened, but he wasn't forced to Kenya. He was either in transit in Kenya, as Mike described, or it was in Kenya for a purpose, as might well be the case. But either way, him being in Kenya was of his own will.
Kanu will not be that stupid to travel to any African country because he knows.
Well, he could be transiting as Mike
he's transiting. That's what I think. I don't think he has an interest in visiting any African country.
What they are saying is his details was in the Interpol system. If your details is in the Interpol system, when you want to travel through a border, if you have a travel plan, it automatically triggers off because those travel plans can then be picked up by security agencies.
Especially with the African Union, especially with the African Union countries. You understand?
Yes,
African Union countries
Britain did not rendition
seriously.
him to Kenya. Certainly not. It's too far-fetched.
You didn't know that. We are just speculating.
No, but it stands more to reason that is not the case, than it stands to reason that will be the case. Huh?
What about if it turned out they did?
No, it's almost like unlikely. It's too far-fetched. They say no. It's too far-fetched.
No. It's like you don't know these people that you're talking about.
No, I do know them, but anyway. Okay,
I don't think
all right.
them.
Okay, well, maybe you're right.
Let me, if these people can, extricate their own son from the royal family, what makes you think that you a black man will be something to them?
No,
but if they were going to do that, they won't do it exactly that way you just described.
Yes, no, of course, I'm not saying
they do it directly. I'm saying that they do it, covertly, so that they will not be legally responsible for
the way you just described it. The way you just described it, Kanu will know what's happening to him. You understand? He will know that. And then eventually. If that's the way, then they will know that Kanu will leak it out to his people that, okay, it was the UK that set me up, So the UK will not want that. They won't want that. They won't want that kind of image.
And even the risk is greater. This narration that the Senator is presenting, that the British took him to Kenya, which is a whole process in itself, and then the Kenyans then arrested him to then hand him over to the Nigerians, which is another process itself, and then the Nigerians then,
if they secretly go there, if they secretly go to Kanu's house maybe in the UK, and maybe they use different faces, and
and they have to drag him all the way through.
They drag him and take him to Kenya and have him over, and have him over.
I disagree with you, the Sano. They cannot do that. They can't do that.
But hold on now, Ajale. Let me acknowledge Plenty Water Super Chat and then shuffle Noddy for Rennie, because I'm keen to hear from Rennie, who tries to get him but never really does.
I believe they have something to do with it.
Okay, Plenty Waters are no, we all agree on that, but not in the manner that you've painted it. It's just the thing. Plenty Water Super Chat. What identification document did Nnamdi Kanu use in being accepted on a flight to UK when jumping bail? So that is another set of questions, isn't it?
No, that's an easy answer, man. That's an easy answer.
But let me shuffle Noddy for Renee. So carry on. Desendo, you had the floor before we got stuck in that little. But carry on with that.
Yeah, that's an easy answer, man. If you are a U.S. passport, British or those advanced countries, if you're carrying a passport and you find yourself in any country and you misplace your passport, all you have to do is just call a phone number. They will direct you to their embassy in that particular country. So if you would have sneaked,
and you just get the travel
if you would
document.
have sneaked into Cameroon, for example, all you have to do is just go to the UK embassy in Cameroon, and then they would have identify him as a UK citizen, and they will just give him
it's just a travel document to travel, and then go and
we
sort
use
out your
in
passport.
America, US, for example, I misplaced my passport. Once I go to the US embassy, I see travel temporary this thing I will give you, I can travel with. So that's an easy thing. It's very easy.
Oh, who did we lose? Oh, was that the Seno? Oh God, we lost the Seno. If your system dropped, then come back. Rene, good to see you. You've been following, so speak to the narrative. Good to have you. Sorry, are you muted, or can you unmute yourself, please? Just unmute yourself. Whatever it is you did to mute yourself, just to do it again the other way around. Or did I mute you? I didn't mute you. No, I did not. Oh, okay, whilst you're trying to do that, let's bring in this lead co-part live auction. So let's go to this new name. So lead co-part, tell me how you want to be pronounced and then speak to the narrative. So I'll call you lead for now, and then you tell me how you want that said.
Okay.
So to you.
I think Nigeria is a failed state.
Huh?
I think I'm on.
Nigeria is a failed state. Nigeria is not working. It's a failed state.
Yeah, hold on, Rene. I'll bring you in a moment. You think Nigeria is a failed state, okay? Why do you think that?
Okay.
Sorry, are you ready for us, or okay? I don't think you're ready for us. We'll bring you in when you're ready. Let's go to Rene. So Rene, let's have you, and then I think we've got the center back. So Rene, to you. Good to have you, Rene. So speak to the narrative. Rene.
Okay. All right. Hi to everyone. Yeah.
Hello.
I have problem like today at times. I hope. Hello.
No, it's good to have you.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Just carry on.
Are you getting me?
Yes.
Oh.
We can hear you. Just carry on, Rene.
All the things, because I think I'm someone who's like, I'm so happening in Africa. I support Celebi. Are you people getting me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hello?
No, I think she's frozen. So back to you, Deseno. We lost you for a moment.
Yeah. I think
Hello?
it was my.
You hear me?
No, your system is dipping in and out, Rene, and we've now had to go on to Deseno.
I think in Africa, I don't know any of you are watching.
No, we can't hear you, Rene. Yeah. There's a delay on your system. So Deseno, to you.
Yes. Yeah, like as I was saying before, I cannot put anything past, this country that we'll be talking about, Britain. They can do anything, especially when it has something to do with Nigeria, because you notice that even in the Bakassi, region, there's been some activity going on over there, and they are the people who are mainly dealing with. See, let me tell you, there is one place in Nigeria that we experience problem. Britain will panic. That is the south of Nigeria, where they make their their oil dollar money. And you notice that this the Biafra League nation, and also with ESN, their activity has been expanding to the south, which they cannot afford. And another thing again, the only thing that that scared these governments is the South, because that's where they make their money to bribe whoever they want to bribe. So I believe that this action in regard to Kanu has been orchestrated just to stifle the agitation from spreading to the South, and they foreseen is a civil war coming as well. So they have to do this to nip it in the bud. This is why I strongly believe that Britain is the #1 suspect of this whole Kanu saga, because they have been extraordinarily too quiet to my liking. Even though the consular, the embassy in Nigeria is making statements, offering consular service, that's the best they can do. Every embassy does that. So it's not something new that they trying to provide some kind of assistance to Kanu. No, the job is a basic consular service that they will go and see him. They will do this. They will give him assistance. They cannot do more than that. In as far as Kanu is out of their territory, there's nothing they can do. But
what do you think they should be doing otherwise? What is an otherwise scenario?
And see, let me tell you one of the reasons why I'm taking the route that I'm taking. You see, let's say Kanu travel on his own to, say, Kenya, for example, and he was arrested. He had no Nigerian passport on him. He had a British passport. Who will be the first person to contact me as an international, traveler?
By whom? Who will to contact? By whom?
Yeah. See, for example, if you travel to any country and you have problems, you are arrested, the first person they will contact is your embassy.
Hold on. Did you listen to the Abubakar Balami press conference when he made the announcement?
Yes.
He said Nnamdi Kanu was intercepted.
It was intercepted, yes.
Right?
Yeah, it was intercepted.
What did you understand by that?
Intercepted meaning that he was in, either it was a transit and it was intercepted, or it was going somewhere and it was stopped.
What I understood by that was that he was taken off guard. He was captured essentially, and he was renditioned. He wasn't arrested. That the policeman said. They said he was heavily sedated. They sedated him.
Yeah, so
it wasn't arrested. It wasn't arrested, and they were reading him his right that you have the right to remain. I mean,
what I was going to say, man.
You think they will hand him a telephone and say call the embassy?
No, I'm just trying to put a point across to you that in the normal circumstances, this is what they're supposed to do.
Yes, this is the word that somebody is using.
Maybe in a European country and all these advanced, not in Kenya. They don't follow no protocol. Someone like that, high profile, they're trying to catch. The moment they snap him, man, they won't even waste any time. They will bundle him fast.
Catch him, bundle him in some room.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that in the normal circumstances, this is what should have happened. But in this case, it's not in normal circumstances. So we do not expect them to.
In a country like in a third world country, especially African country, they won't follow any procedure, man. It's an advanced country like Europe.
When it's passing through, they have his itinerary or his flight details, and they know that it's transiting through to Kenya. And the Nigerian authorities have gotten in touch with the Kenyan people to say, we want this guy. And then the Kenyans capture him, and you're saying they will give him phone to be phoning the embassy.
Especially when the Nigerian government promised Kenyans money, millions.
Under normal circumstances.
No, one man. See, can I chip in something, please?
Yeah, chip in.
This is what happened here, right? When Nnamdi Kanu is leaving England, there's a communication between UK and Nigeria.
Of course.
And they know the flight. They know where the flight is going for the transit. This is what happened. When he arrived Kenya, remember, it's 6 hours in the flight.
Yeah.
When he board,
Kenya, yes.
When he is leaving England, definitely he speaks to his brother, he's coming to Kenya. That's one. When he arrived Kenya, the brother definitely, what the brother knew is he's coming to Kenya. You understand?
Maybe they were stopping his brother.
Oh, hold on, Mike. Yeah.
When he arrived Kenya, story changes. Everything changes.
This is what I believe.
He was bombarded straight to Nigeria. Straight.
Of course, I'm not giving a phone to phone British embassy that.
Because there was communication originally
under normal circumstances.
There was a communication from GB here to Nigeria. You understand? So when he got there, remember, the same GB, they offered asylum seekers to IPOBs, which Nnamdi Kanu pressurized them. Nobody should take asylum in the UK. Now they found out that Nigeria have another pot of oil, another bonus to GB. So this is it. So we'll let him go.
And don't forget that Kanu has been recently to them.
This is what's going
on. Has been what? A nuisance.
An irritant to them.
Yeah, no, yes, of course. This is why I'm saying, when you were saying that the British consular the British embassy are just offering him consular service, they are not obliged to offer him anything more than that as a British citizen. This is what they will offer you. Of course. So Nnamdi Kanu is nothing but a nuisance to them. He is a British citizen by naturalization. They are offering him the most base that they would, which is what they have on their when you are detained abroad. I've read it out.
That's the basics.
The greatest mistake was he should have not left England. That's it.
Yeah, I got too comfortable. I will tell you something, right? One man, you know, Kanu himself, because Kanu was here in Houston, like where I live, the same city, a few months ago. And the thing is, the guy himself, the guy was careless. Yeah, the guy was very careless, because even me myself figured the house he was living here in Houston, because this guy was taking pictures in front of his house, and then he goes to meetings with people of the Igbo community, and then guys will come to the football field and be talking. Oh, I just met Kanu here. Kanu will be here on Sunday. The guy was very careless. That people knew his movements. You understand? So he may have been discussing with people that, okay, I'll be in this place by this time. So him talking, and then people knowing that the Nigerian government put money on his head. So some people that may have information about his movements may have just tipped the Nigerian, call Nigerian and say, hey, I have information about Kanu. He's going to
collect the money, yes.
You understand? Yeah, to collect money. You know, his own people like money too, you know. So anybody around you can say, oh boy, this is not money, this is not office.
You know, Kanu, whenever he travel, you always announce it before you
always announce, and people around him had that information about his movement. So they would have just told the Nigerian, like, okay, this is even me myself, like Nigerian government would have come in like, do you know anything? I easily could have called guys and knowing like, where's this guy moving to?
Look at that.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm like that.
I live, Mike.
If Nigeria company offer me $1 million, this time go don't finish the guy.
Your life will be something.
When the guy was in Houston, if they offer me money, I know where the guy was living now. I'm not going to finish out with it.
But the sign so to the Igboho narrative, unless you want to finish your thought on the Kanu,
my thought, in regard to Sunday Igboho, you see. I read in Daily Post this before I came on, that the spokesperson for the DSS, Peter Afunaya, they said they have arrested about 11 people, and they also discovered some, ammunition. AK-47 in this house, and also they have declared Sunday wanted because when they went there, according to him, that he escaped. And that they are declaring him wanted. So now, some people went to his house to kill him, and some people, some estimated number of people were killed. We can actually see the blood all over the floor on the camera. On the videos. Now you are declaring the victim of the attack wanted. What does that say about this government? What does it say about them? Because you see, to me, what I actually think about these people, I think Nigeria have tolerated these people for too long. That's just my opinion. The Nigeria have tolerated them.
I think that's Rene.
Oh, okay. You see, I think Nigeria have tolerated this government for too long. I think it's time for the Nigerian people to sit up and
Nigerians are very docile,
look them
man.
in
Yeah,
the
but
face.
what can they do about it? You say they've tolerated it for too long. What can they do
They
about
can't
it?
do anything. Nigerians are
No,
very docile.
absolutely nothing.
If you haven't traveled outside of Nigeria, as a Nigerian,
Nigerians are too docile. Yes, they are docile. Let me tell you.
the only working Nigerians are those of us that have traveled out of Nigeria.
These people in government, there's nothing they can do. If Nigeria stands shoulder to shoulder with them.
Nigerian people, listen. A Nigerian has never left Nigeria. Does not know his right.
Mike.
Does not understand anything.
Is Nnamdi Kanu, Omoyele Sowore, Sunday Igboho, are those not attempts by Nigerians to stand shoulder to shoulder with them?
No. Those are individual. I'm talking collective.
Right. All right. Okay.
I'm talking collective. If they do it collectively, I'm saying to you that these people will run away. They will not be able to stand the heat.
Average Nigerian in Nigeria, they don't even understand their society. They don't even know what's going on.
And the people in power, they know this.
All they care is their daily bread.
That's why they playing around with the people, murdering them, and nobody is able to challenge them.
They don't know what justice is because they've never lived outside of Nigeria. It's
all
those
right.
of us that speak like this and feel like this because we've experienced different worlds. We know how things run there.
All right. Thank you, Desena Mike. Let's attempt to hear from Rene again because I'm quite keen to hear from Rene. Rene, let's see if we can hear from. I think she's frozen again because you can't see any animation. She's not. Yeah, that's the thing. Rene, we try, but it's your system. I think it's the network where you are. No, you can't see any movement, can you? So that tells you that Rene. No, there you are. So let's go to Ife. Ife, let's hear from you, Ife.
Oh, good evening, everybody.
And we start rounding off from here.
Okay.
So Ife, yeah.
Nigeria is just fella song upside down. So when I heard Sunday's news yesterday, so I started thinking, and we discussed this thing yesterday. Like we touched on it. So my question is it the other way around that if you are looking for somebody, you first of all attack the people first, or you serve the letter that they are needed? They serve letter for Father Mbaka, they serve letter for Sheigumi, they serve letter for, I think they even serve letter for Nnamdi Kanu. So why would they first of all go to Sunday Igboho's house to attempt to kill him? Because let's even assume that they did not intend to kill him. Why should they destroy those properties? Are they fighting with the cars?
They are just evil
people. They killed 2 people. They said the only reason why they could not take his wife is nobody knows Sunday's wife. They actually left Sunday's wife at Ekiti. Then they gave them 20,000 to return back to Ibadan. People who went to Ibadan to kill people, we've not heard one suspect. But Sunday that is doing peaceful rally, even they were provoked by security authorities, they will say no, we are not here to fight, we are just here for rally. And you cannot blame them. It's the way everybody is responding to what's happening. Some people are saying restructuring, some people are saying self-determination. Even people in the clique said they want to resume pipeline. So it's because of how this country is. Everybody is reacting to it in different ways. And
they are reacting to their needs.
And sorry enough, I'm from the Southwest. Our Yoruba politicians are very, very wicked people. I believe they are colluding with the federal government because they believe maybe the next president will come to Tinubu's place. But I will not be surprised after the primaries and nothing comes to the Southwest. You will see the Gbedu will change because the Southeast wants it, the South wants it. Even I'm surprised that even the Southwest is coming up to say they should be the next president. The most the people that should come out should either be the South or the Southeast.
What do you
without
mean the
any
South?
apology.
Did we not just have Jonathan?
How many
It's only
times?
6 years.
Huh?
It's not only 6 years.
But the South is only
The
some
South is
tiny,
only because
tiny
the
little.
yeah,
That's boys' quarters, isn't it? The South
yeah, the
is
South has been feeding
boys'
Nigeria.
quarters.
The
Yeah,
South
but
has been feeding Nigeria.
it's
So
boys'
the
What
quarters.
about the
Huh?
South? What about the Southeast?
Yeah, no, the Southeast I can understand, but the South, the
But
South,
one man, you have to
they should
understand that
forget it for
South.
another 100 years.
There are two regions of South. There's the South in the eastern part, and there's the Midwest South. You know that
I
one.
mean,
So
the South.
it's not
I
fair.
mean,
Some from
when we're
Delta
talking
of Benin.
about big people, South is just well, you are
Uh,
talking about Yoruba
probably,
Igbos and
if we start blowing up the pipeline, probably they will give it to us.
no, they'll just give you money
You
and
see, this
to
is what
settle
I
down.
always say. We are confusing ourselves at the end of the day. No one voice. That's the problem. That's the problem
No,
of
no,
us. No
I
engineer,
agree with
one
engineer,
voice.
man.
engineer,
When the North
engineer.
wants
That
to
Do you know
talk,
is
why there
why
cannot be one
Boko
voice in
Haram
the South?
will
Wait.
be
Do you know
destroying
why there
people they're
will
going. We can't
engineer,
come out one day and speak in
engineer,
one voice. Come
Yes,
on.
engineer?
No,
you know
but
what?
it's
I
I
not
agree
said
with
possible
engineer.
engineer,
I agree with engineer on this one.
engineer
When
is
the
not
North,
possible in the
want to
South.
bring a candidate, they don't start debating whether it's the Northwest,
Thank
Northeast, Northeast.
you.
They just bring one Northern guy. They'll look out for the whole North.
no.
But
They will still have their internal,
No,
determination.
but that one
If you
guy that'll
see,
come out for the North, will look out for the
no,
whole
I have
North.
a clip actually of when they are
the
fighting
thing is,
for their primaries.
the thing is
But
this.
they
The
do it
reason why
among
the South are
themselves
not speaking one
secretly.
voice,
And we are doing it amongst ourselves too. I mean, the idea of a South president. These are just
We do it in front of the whole world,
you know,
man.
tiny people
yeah,
now.
but
I keep saying this. These people, they are making us to understand that they speak in one voice. We can't speak in one voice. We are going nowhere. We are
no.
going nowhere.
The reason why we cannot speak in one voice because if you look at the South, for example,
all
they
right,
are not homogeneous.
Let it go somewhere so that we can all go to bed. So if you land your point, and then I start to sweep up comments.
So, Desano, thank God you are in the what's it called, the Lorraine. Look at we don't let us, if there is any barbaric adoption of people of interest in the world, it is even the Western countries that do it most. We saw how they adopted, how the Israelis adopted all these Holocaust general, all those general that perpetrated Holocaust. Even the US, almighty US, you saw the way they bombarded, the way they normally do for all those terrorists of interest. So if Nigeria is
because see, those actions were were sanctioned by those governments.
Yeah. So if
those
Nigeria,
actions are not sanctioned, Israel will not dream. Israel will not wake up from sleep one day and go take such action in those countries because they sanction it.
Okay. If I round off in a couple more words, because your system is a bit it's not coming through. Okay, but a few more words.
Okay, can you hear me now properly?
There's still some rattling. There's some background. Yeah, but just round off.
Yeah. So in a nutshell, Desano, I'm with you on the page that this country know about what is happening. I will never write them out. So in everything we are just doing in the South, let the South just be more united, and we need to face these people.
Yes.
Now they've attacked the Southeast, they've attacked the Southwest, even they've attacked the South. So what are we waiting for? They've attacked the Middle Belt multiple times. Are they the only person?
Yeah, you see, but the problem is this. See, the only people who can actually trigger a lot of problems for Nigeria, is the South. Because
exactly,
because it's the South. I said the South because that is where Nigeria make their money. So if there's a crisis there, that's why whatever going on is in the South, especially in Port Harcourt, Delta, and you can see the reaction when those Fulani jihadists they threatened the governor of Delta State 2 weeks ago that they will do
the Nina people, and the Nina and all those guys, they were working on the effort to unite the South, Southwest, and Southeast, and all those things. I think
that region can never unite, even from the example we see on
we
this
just have
platform.
to eliminate the factors that are dividing.
The factor. Yeah, Mike, you're right. That
and that's one of those factors is Kanu. If Kanu is out of the way now, maybe you can start uniting. You understand? Because that guy really divided us, man. He's president. People think he really.
I don't think the division has not to do with Kanu.
No, that guy really created a lot of division, man. Before this guy came out, we were not this divided in the South. Though we had our suspicions, but we didn't have them. I didn't have this kind of feelings towards Igbo until this guy came out now. Like, he came and really created a lot of divisions. Like, him and his group, they are kind of hatred they were spinning. So he just created a lot of animosity. Before it was more suspicious.
I know the reason why people hated Kanu, especially in the Southwest. They hated Kanu because Kanu kind of exposed the behavior of the Southwesterners in relation to their media. How they because the Southwest control the media. The Southwest control the media, and they are using the media to cover for the government and praising the government. So those are the things.
The South actually control the media. Channels television is South, Arise TV is South, everything. The only media that is TVC, Tinubu, that's the only one.
You say Yoruba media. What kind of rubbish is that?
The thing is, say, let's be honest. When Kanu came in, he came in for Igbos. He insulted the Yorubas. That's for sure. You understand? But I think people called him
because he saw them as very atrocious.
People called him, sat him down, and explained and put knowledge to him. So he realized what he said. The only thing he didn't do, maybe he didn't apologize based on what he has been saying against the But before he knew it, he is realizing now that
that's why Gani Adams, Iba Gani Adams normally talk about the hip hop. He apologized.
Yes, okay, you see? So by the time he realized now things are working for good, and this is what comes to the reality now. That's the result.
Okay, let Ife have the floor so he can finish his thoughts, and then we start to round off. So Ife, the floor is yours.
Okay, so to round everything up, don't let anybody. I just hope this Sunday Igboho's case will now enlighten us in the South that we just have to unite irrespective of our differences. The one that has oil, let it use it to emancipate everybody. If it is the media that has been controlled in by Yoruba media, as they say, let us use it to just emancipate ourselves. We have gone too far not to at least not get restructuring from all this struggle, at least. So that's the way, that's where I would round it off from.
Yes, I agree with that. Something must come out of all this killing.
But the best should be everybody should have referendum and self-determination. But at least we must get restructuring, whether they like it or not.
All right, brilliant. Well said. Thank you very much, Ife. We go to engineer next. Engineer, your words.
Yeah, my words is what Ife just said. Referendum, restructuring, all these things is not going to happen. So we shouldn't be deceiving ourselves. The reason why I said it's not going to happen, because these our leaders, we have governors from South, Southeast, Southwest. We have state security, and all these things are happening to Sunday Igboho. We have elders because they are being breastfed from Abuja. You understand? So tell me, how can the country be restructured or they will change everything? It's impossible. The only good thing is let people print out Nigerian map, draft it, and people should start focusing on how to communicate to themselves. Remember, speak in one voice. Forget about Christian and Muslim. Forget about Igbo, Yoruba, Middle Belt. Forget about it. We all knew who our enemies are right now. And the enemies, they speak in one voice. And that's why they don't make mistake if they come in to strike. They will strike and they will keep striking. If we don't speak in one voice, understand ourselves, keep that language of a thing, keep that religion of a thing behind us, believe me, we have nowhere to go. The best thing is we need to talk to ourselves and understand. Secondly, please and please, we should forget about anything history. We should forget about it. We have to make the history to happen. Because if we don't make the history to happen, I'm sorry to say this, our children will continue suffering. That's just all I can say. And God will help us.
Thank you, Engineer. Engineer, you made a promise yesterday. You've not fulfilled it. First, you came as an Igbo man, and then you came as an Hausa man, and we're still waiting. We will see you again.
Don't worry. You will see me on very soon in my Sokoto.
Full dashiki. Thank you. Thank you, Engineer. Always a pleasure. Everybody knows Engineer.
With Abeti Aja.
You have to wear Abeti Aja. How can you be Yoruba without Abeti Aja?
You will look like Oyo man, like one man.
Of course, this is it. We will even teach him how to eat amala. I think he knows already.
No problem.
Engineer, always a delight. So let's take Rational Mind. Then we have the So Rational Mind, let's take your thoughts.
Yeah. Well, talking about what happened today about with Igboho, I think now that they've declared him missing, declared him wanted, I kind of like wonder, since you knew that you wanted this guy, why didn't you have initiated kind of like a legal means to declare him wanted? And like, why do you have to resort to violence? Why does the Nigerian government under Buhari administration, why is it that everything about them is about violence, killing? I don't know. I just don't get it. Well, not as if I don't understand, not as if I don't know, but actually, it's just like a rhetorical question I'm asking in this instance. I just don't can't just wrap my head around it. Like, why are you doing this? And they should have maybe got a subpoena or whatever it is, or get some kind of court injunction, an arrest warrant or a bench warrant for him to appear before a court of law, and that way they'll be able to do. But why did they have? Because in fact, why didn't they even do it in the afternoon? Why did they have to do it at night when everybody dead of night? All the things we've heard so far. In the case of Kanu himself too, they did it at night. Out of his lawyer was done at night. Igboho now at night. But what is one thing about this country, this Nigerian country, and their actors, the so-called law enforcement? Why is that even Showore was arrested in the dead of night too? I think in the night.
Yeah, that's to tell you that the people who are doing that are the DSS.
Yeah,
so but that is even that is even standard operation now. Are they going to be driving through traffic with a street filled with people to go and carry out?
Because that is the reason why
they need the quietness and the dead of night to carry and then to catch you off guard. This is just standard practice now.
Standard practice where?
Internationally, they are covertly trying to. They want to catch you off guard. They want the element of surprise and speed. They want to be able to execute it fairly swiftly and be out of there fairly swiftly. They are not going to come at rush hour, 12 p.m. on a Wednesday afternoon, driving through traffic. And this is just basic stuff.
You're just trying to give them excuse for what they did.
No. How would you rather they did it? They come at lunchtime when the streets are parked.
They could do it in the afternoon. It's doable.
When the streets are parked.
The issue is not with the streets are parked.
When the street is filled with everybody.
Well, you're just trying to make an excuse for them. Whatever it is.
No. Just follow through the logic of what you just said.
You can't tell the government how to do their job, man.
I'm not trying to tell them what to do, but it's
You
like
are a military man, Mike.
What I'm saying is,
What are you making of what is suggesting that they
Well,
go at
That's why I'm
lunchtime?
trying to tell him that, man.
it's a pattern.
When they want to carry
It's
operation, they
standard
strategize the
practice.
best moments.
No, it's
I want
standard
to do
practice
the
now. When it's
standard practice.
quiet and they have the element of surprise.
You only do that.
Exactly.
Listen, the standard practice you're talking about, you only do that when there is evidence that the person you're about to go and arrest, there is something with him, or probably
There were
they
guns
wanted-
with him. Now they knew they were gone. They already
They
parried
knew they
his.
were guns with him.
They
know
have
that it's
surveillance on
armed.
him
They
all his
know
while.
that it's
How
dangerous.
are we sure? How are we sure these guns were truly found with him? With no Nigerian
Well,
government.
there's
Alright.
possible that.
That's another.
Alright.
That's another. No, we've seen it with the Nigerian government. We've seen there are so many lies and cover-ups of everything. Why should we now believing that these guns were actually found with him? Well, I'm not doubting the fact that maybe it's found with him or not. But the question is, we know them to be liars and they cover up a lot of things. Now
But they said there was a gun battle.
When they
I
kill
don't know.
somebody, they drag him. We can see the blood. How they drag the person. I mean,
Yeah,
why are they
they
doing
said-
all of that? What are they trying to cover up? You get it? And then even when they said I'm yet to see their press conference where they said we had 2 people killed, or how many people they said they didn't mention how many people that was killed
No,
in the operation.
they did. They did. And they declared Sunday Igboho wanted.
So, but you said they did. One man said they did. So where did they did that? Where did they say they killed 2 people?
In the Peter Ofonaya statements that I just read, they said they engaged in gun battle, which is a lie, of course. But
Of course, it's a lie, but
yes,
because,
that 2 people were killed and the operative was injured. That was his statement. Maybe you didn't hear me reading it.
Okay. He said 2 people were killed. He said.
Yeah, that was their account, but they always underplay
So
statistics.
I rest my case on that. So what I'm trying to say is this: you see, there's a pattern with this government. I mean, this Nigerian government under Buhari of impunity and not following the law, not following the rule of law in anything, always applying violence to everything. Violence is not the means to achieving a goal. You can adopt dialogue to manage conflicts and all of that, but they do not want to do that. But for what I know from henceforth, I know with all this going on now that they will now be able to declare him wanted. His passports. In fact, another thing I take offense at is displaying his information out there, because I saw it on the Sahara Reporters. His passport number and everything, and even his signature and everything was all put there in public. I mean, what kind of a country, what kind of a banana republic is Nigeria, whereby things are not done in a civilized way? I mean, there's no court that has pronounced him as being guilty of anything, and then you're already displaying him and then making it look as if he's a criminal. Like, to me, it's like they're trying to paint these guys that the way they painted Nnamdi Kanu as a fugitive and as this idiot, what's his name, Minister of Information, was saying that, he was living a five-star lifestyle. I mean, of what concern is that to you? You don't know he's doing that. Speak to
He's just saying that just to put to portray him as.
That's what I'm saying. They want to portray them
bad.
as criminal, as bad as. Try to all their followers to see them as who they are not. That this
a good time guy. They want to put him. They want to make him like a good time guy.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So we know the tactics of this government. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that, you see, this government needs to sit down.
Actually, I don't like that guy. I distaste that guy with passion.
Oh, Lai Mohammed.
Sometimes if I see him on my computer, I just quickly take it off.
Because you don't want him getting into your head.
No, not at all.
Yeah. So now they have his passport. They have everything now.
He's just an old blood man.
How will it go out of the country? Which means I know I said maybe he's continue doing this but I mean, this is a magic disappearance every time they want to catch him. But I don't know how long he's going to do that, because as it is right now, I know he has a Nigerian passport. What I don't know is if he has a Beninese passport, and if he's going to travel to Germany or whatever his family is, on what passport he's going to travel now. And I know in Benin Republic there are Interpol there. I know that for a fact. I've lived there before. I know he won't be able to go through Benin Republic. So that's why I'm saying that I look at it that they're going to catch him sooner or later.
Yes, I think so too. I think they will get him sooner or later. More sooner than later, really.
Except he continues disappearing, but I know how long he's going to be continuing disappearing, because he can't move to the next country. If they do, they'll chip him down, they'll track him down with Interpol there. Interpol works in Benin Republic more. I know many of friends that were caught through, some of the people I know back then that were criminals in Nigeria.
How come you are knowing criminals now, rational man? What is this? What sort of characters are
What I'm saying is, I lived there before, and then I mingled with people who a lot of them were wanted during Abacha's time. They were wanted, and then they came there, and then they caught them, they brought them back to Nigeria. But it was Sri Interpol they used. So but let's just leave that. What I'm just trying to say is that I don't see him being able to move to Europe or move out of that Africa for now. Since now every African country now is kind of like a proxy state for Nigerian government.
If he's able to make it to Ghana, he might stand half a chance.
Well, I doubt it. But I said maybe Ghana is going to be more civilized in the approach to all this thing, because I tell you, every African country right now, I see them as
you see what is going on in Nigeria right now.
You say what?
No, go on. Finish your thought.
I see every African country now as a means by which the Nigerian government can get anybody that dissents with them or somebody wanted.
Yeah, because a lot of them are dependent on the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian dollar.
And I want to get something from them, and then they just have anybody to extradite that. So the only thing I just see is that except maybe continue disappearing every time they want to catch him. But how long is he going to be doing that for? So his passport is with the government. He can't travel. I don't know if he has another passport and how long he's going to. So all these things, I look at it, is just a mess. It's a real one big mess. That's all
I don't think Igboho is the kind that want to run away.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. Well, he's on the run already. He's not presenting himself. You say he's not the type to run. Okay, actually, let me just leave it. I wanted to bring you another narration. Let me just give you a couple of paragraphs of it. It says, I was indoors when soldiers SSS attacked my residence, Igboho. So this is Sunday Igboho. It says, Yoruba secessionist Sunday Igboho said he was at home when the operatives of the State Security Service collaborated with the Nigerian army in the early hours of the morning to attack his Ibadan residence. Okay, let's. So this is. Yes, he goes on. Anyway, I'll do this at some later date, but he essentially was saying that he was looking through his windows as they came through. Let's acknowledge Plenty Water's super chat as we continue to round off. Plenty Water, it says, someone said on this platform that another news will cover Nnamdi Kanu. Is it the Igboho news, or should we expect more bigger news to cover MNK? Well, it's not really a prediction. If you follow Nigerian news, every single day we are being alarmed by something even more outrageous. Nnamdi Kanu the other day, Sunday Igboho today, almost certainly tomorrow there will be another madness that we'll be discussing because Nigeria is a gift that just keeps on giving.
Yeah, woman.
But I thank you for the super chat. Yeah, so carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, you see, when you look at this regime, for example, I call the regime because they are not democratic people. You know, if you look at this regime, for example, you will notice that a pattern of behavior. This pattern of behavior is consistent with illiterate people. It's consistent with illiterate people because all the things that they are doing, I don't think any rational, educated mind we engage in this sort of. You see, Nigeria is. If you look at the whole of Africa right now, Nigeria is like a
laughing stock.
Yeah, we are like a laughing stock. Very despotic attitude from the government. They don't behave like civilized people. They don't behave like
this is what people. This is the thing. A lot of African countries are moving away from this style of thing, and we're going back to the 80s Buhari style.
They say no, I agree with you, man. They make decisions without considering the chain reaction, without knowing that everything you do there's a chain reaction. You understand? They don't put that into consideration at all.
If you have
the floor, the sign, so just make your
you will understand exactly what I'm talking about. These people, their entire mannerism, everything is just consistent with illiteracy. There's no other way to go around it, and it's very painful to watch.
It's painful on so many levels. It's painful because of the opportunity that is Nigeria. It's painful because of the sort of people that we are.
Our life is slipping away. We waited 8 years of government. Another 8 years now. Some of us will be in our 70s.
It's just it's a terrible system.
In another 8 years, some of us who are in our late 40s and early 50s. By the time we'll be 50, we'll be 80s, and our life is gone.
You know
waited
the
by these people.
you know the 30-year-old
And it's
guy.
very painful to it's painful to watch. I'm
It
being honest.
is. You know the 30-year-old guy that was 30 when Buhari came in. He'll be 38 when Buhari leaves, which is a skip and a jump from 40, and then of course that window has passed. So it's just so sad, you know.
Even though Jonathan was, they claim Jonathan was corrupt. Jonathan government was corrupt, not him personally. They say his government was corrupt, but you can see that people were making progress. I was here in Europe. Everybody,
And the country
I know a lot
was
of people that moved from
progressive.
here that left Europe and went to Nigeria. I see some people from Caribbean. They were moving to Nigeria. I see people from the US. They were relocated to Nigeria. Even
the World Bank has said that the country has been set back. The World Bank said that
the potential was great. The opportunity was there. Then all of a sudden, we make one of the biggest mistakes of our life by letting some idiots.
Is this not actually the biggest mistake that we have made in that country? The biggest one so far.
This is the biggest, in my opinion, is the biggest mistake.
The worst.
And actually, in 2015, watching this guy, taking over power, is like me watching a needle and putting my eye right into it, because I knew this guy is a disaster.
But did you imagine that he would be this bad? Did you imagine? Because I knew he would be a disaster too, but I never imagined that he would be this bad.
I knew economically it would be. In fact, it would be worse.
I mean, I thought it was going to be like the professor, Osibanjo, and all those people that would be the one making decisions. Well, unfortunately, they sat there and allowed Buhari to make decisions.
There is one thing probably because I've been on the street for I've been on the streets on the street in Europe, so I know a lot of things. You see, when you watch people, especially if you watch people politically, and you see people who are bitter trying to take power, that is desperation. Nothing good will come out of it.
That's true. Buhari was very desperate for that power.
Yeah, because when he got that power, he was interested in settling old scores. He wasn't interested in
them. This is what they were engaging in. They were bitter. They were angry. They were jealous. They were like street hustlers who want to take power. And I knew that right there that these people, because street hustlers, when they are angry with you, which means they want something that will not benefit you.
When dark times in Nigeria, dark times.
It's painful to watch.
And thank you, Deseno. I think we all share your pain and frustration because, of course, TikTok, another 8 years gone. This minute that I'm talking to you now, we're never going to get that minute again.
You can't get it back.
That is 8 years of people's lives. Yeah, completely wasted, of course. Nothing productive came out of it. But I thank you, Deseno.
I will have a smile just looking at Shelley tonight.
This is it. That is the one line. The silky tones of Sally. I think she's trying to invite you to some whatever it is, some creek business. Is it not from the creeks that Ogogoro came from? Are you?
It's from this you people area, from the creek.
Is it a creek invention?
Not really, but the creek and maybe inland.
The Portuguese.
And how have you not standardized that thing?
We have all kind of things, either in the creek or in the inland.
Yeah, why have you not standardized it and turned it into something international?
The only people that actually brought us some kind of development in terms of our farming and initiatives was the Portuguese, like this guy Didier or whatever, one of those your flashy the one what do you call it again, super chat. Then he said cassava came from the Portuguese and all that. Well, yes, as a crop, but we've since turned it into all sorts of things like gari, akpo. We have apitaka.
What is Ogogoro made from?
We have starch that we used to do our.
It's
made from palm. The core of the palm tree. That's where they're from palm wine, of course. Don't you know palm wine?
Yeah.
It's made from emu now. It's distilled from emu.
It just struck me now that after all this while, we should be able to get Ogogoro in Tesco. They should have standardized and
there are some guys in Lagos I think they branded it.
Yes,
It's
they
like
should brand it and touch it up. They
In
put it
Lagos,
in
they
a,
can't get
they,
it right. The
they
real
put
Ogogoro is in my village. I will take
they
you
will
people
put it
there,
in
so
a
you
that
get
song
the
one.
like
That one you
real correct
Buhari.
one.
that one you don't need to take a shot of it. You are okay.
Kill and go.
We'll send it to
Eh?
Russia, export it to Russia, and make more money.
Kill or cure.
The Russians will like it.
I'm suspecting that our man is also rocky, maybe taking a shot.
No, I think Burukutu is either one that is already.
That man can't take anything, I
I
beg.
don't think even to drink
He's
water is
taking
probably
Paradol,
yeah.
what's the other one? The
I
codeine. He's taking
yeah.
codeine.
Let's hear from this name, who is a fairly new name. Brownberry, we see you. Always glad to see a new member. I hope you're subscribed. Let's hear from you. Brownberry.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. You sound cheerful.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Good evening from here.
Okay.
Yeah.
We were about to round off, but because hold on, we were about to round off, but you're a new voice, and we like to always hear that. So just condense whatever it is you have to say, and promise to come back. So the floor is yours.
Okay. I just want to quickly say that when you look at what is going on right now with what the Fulanis are doing, I just want us to be very careful. We from the south, let us be very careful, because these people they want to provoke us into war. You know, if you hear what Buhari always say, what Malami is saying, what Gumi is saying, you know, all these things, if you put them together, you can see that they want to provoke the Southerners into war. They are ready. They are ready, and you can see that with the government backing them up, they have everything, but we are not ready yet. We can say that we are more than them. They are, but we are not ready.
This is what I say to everybody, Brownberry, people like Tayo and Co, that will come in to beat the. I'm saying, look, the people will just get savage. We can't confront these people militarily, so we have to find another pathway. We have to take them to a battle in a territory that they are not behind. Yeah.
Yeah, we are not ready.
Go on, just a couple more sentences. Yeah.
We should just be patient, okay? Let us be patient and make sure that Buhari just leave, because what they want us to do, they want us to come, they want us to fight, but we are not ready. We are not ready, because people say, oh, okay, even if you have 2,000 people, when 10 people comes with guns, they will keep 10,000 people. Okay, so that's how it works. We are not ready yet.
All right, thank you, Brownberry. It's only for reasons of time, but hopefully we get to hear from you again, and you can get to expand on that. No. Your words here.
The Southern politicians are not ready.
The what?
The Southern politicians are not ready.
I don't think the whole South is not really ready. If the people are ready, then the politicians will be ready.
We don't want to go to. We don't want to go to war with these people. We are not interested
because
in
you only get massacred. That's the thing.
Because right now they are in charge of the ammunition and in charge of the military. So before we get access to weapon, it will be 2-3 months, and before then they must have wiped a lot of people out. So
all right. Thank you, Deseno. We go to Ajande Koko and we take your word. So that was Deseno, ladies and gentlemen. You always enjoy seeing him, but he doesn't like to spend time with us often. So he just likes, he's still playing hard to get. But Deseno, ladies and gentlemen, we will get him eventually. It will become like Ovie, always here. So to you, Ajande Koko, your words.
One man.
Yes.
I see you often describe Kanu and Igboho as secessionists. The more you do that, to me, it looks like you are. It looks like you are. What? Where is that noise coming from?
Look.
Where is that noise coming from?
It's Sally. She's getting bored of us. She's playing games on her phone. Yeah. Carry on.
So it looks like you are selling the picture that that criminal administration sells all the time by describing those guys as secessionists. They are not secessionists. Secessionists carried arms to pursue their cause. These guys are not carrying arms. They are just agitating for, self-determination. They are doing that peacefully. is this criminal administration that took on them, killing them, attacking them. So, woman, don't call them secessionists anymore.
Okay.
Then, yeah. So, Andola, Mike. I can hear Mike earlier.
Don't set him off again because I'm trying to go to bed.
No, I just wanna correct him by what he was the narrative was trying to play. So to all Mike.
As for me, I'm tired of Mike.
Sunday Igboho is a courageous guy that woke all Yoruba up from sleep. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't disagree with that at all.
And so did Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah.
And
so Nnamdi Kanu. Yeah, hold on. And so Nnamdi Kanu. But you trying to compare him with Are Ona Kakanfo, you're describing him as somebody that does not have sense. He's just bragging. It's just
no.
Hold on. I heard you very well.
Okay, quote what I said exactly, so that way I can know.
Okay,
confirm whether you are.
Yeah, what you're saying about him is that it was, showing his charm, and it was calling for war. Which is, it never called for war.
In essence, what I said is it was moving too fast.
No, wait. He's not moving. Hold on.
He called for war. Let me tell you when he called for war. There was Let me tell you. Maybe you haven't seen the video. Wait now. Let me say. There was a video where he went
out of anger of
maybe
people being killed.
No, it was like I don't know if it was a comedy show he was doing or something like that. But he went to address some Yoruba group, people like that, and he said, "We'll fight war. That we should all go and get our chance. That we have to go to war." So he already declaring war. That was too early to be saying that. You understand?
Okay.
He said it clearly. He said that he wants war. We have to go to war.
Okay. Just on one video. And because of that, you want
to people were killed.
One video is enough.
Okay.
It's someone that statue. You don't.
So
his own people were killed.
People that are killing.
Why should he not react?
People that are coming to Igogon to kill us, take us, raping our women. Haven't they declared war and government does not do anything about it?
I think you misunderstood me.
Okay.
Yes, so let's go to war, but don't announce it. That's my point.
Okay, let's go to war.
I myself, I have declared war against.
Okay, just really for the reasons of just rounding off. Just so Ajanle Koko, just sum it up.
Are Ona Kakanfo, as you are describing him as, it's more calculated, it's more this, it's more that. Look, he cannot do nothing. The position of Are Ona Kakanfo, he cannot do anything. Before Are Ona Kakanfo we go to war or declare war, he has to take approval from Alaafin. That is the tradition of Yoruba land.
Exactly.
So under this arrangement, where we find ourselves, do you think Alaafin will declare war or take? So the more we wait for those people, the more they will keep killing Yoruba people. You understand? If you are waiting, you're looking forward to your Are Ona Kakanfo, nothing is going to happen. And if you get to that, nothing will happen because it cannot do anything, nothing behind Alaafin. That is the agreement. When the Alaafin is giving Are Ona Kakanfo that title and that staff of office, there's an agreement between them that you cannot go to war without my approval. And they sworn an oath to that. So you need to know that. So if you don't know, I'm telling you now.
Who is the police after? I can hear police something in the background.
Okay.
That's
what have you done this time around, Sally?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
No, don't ask questions, please.
No, just a short question.
No, please. We have to round it off now. It's just a few more words, then we go to Mike, and then Sally can finish it off. Yeah.
So at this point, where we find ourselves now in that country, it is obvious that Buhari has declared war on the South, on all of us, the Southern people. He has declared war on us. He wants to kill us. He wants to use his people to take over our land. So that is where they are driving. They are driving at. So, and Nigeria, to me, is going through a process of death. And those people that are in charge, processing Nigeria to die, are the politicians. You see all of them sitting down, they are not saying anything. And by the time Nigeria finally had its last breath, it will consume them, and not us. So Nigeria will definitely go down, no matter. There is no way, no any other way, no escape. It's going to die.
All right.
Nigerian politicians,
hopefully not,
Nigerian politicians all across that country, they will have more to lose. And that is the way I see it. That's my prediction. And it's going to happen very soon.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. Hopefully we'll see you later to expand even more on that. Ajale Koko, ladies and gentlemen, you all know him. And Mike, you all know, and love Ajale Koko, but Mike, and most of us love him, but I won't say all of us do. But Mike, you are not seeking to popularism, are you? You are just, you say it as you find it. So tell us as you find it, Mike, but in short words, so we can all go to bed.
The problem with we Nigerians, I would say we Africans in general, is this: we act more on emotion and we follow people based on our emotion rather than, and that's a very dangerous thing. We follow people based on just how we feel, and we make decisions on just how we feel rather than doing research and understanding logic. Before a human being can start saying, a white man always tell me one thing. White man always believe one thing. Before they want to do anything, they want to go and study that thing first. You understand, right? I see people come here saying, war.
You do this a lot. A white man told you, a white man told you.
At
least Maurice used to tell us his father told him.
What have you got to tell us?
You have to learn from people that are progressing, people that are doing things correctly. At least I'm not saying white man is superior to black man. At least when they do things,
a white man was told me. What did the white man say this time around? Is it the same white man, or you have a conveyor belt of white men?
If you are doing something and it's working for you, right, and I can see that you're progressing at it, I'll go and read your books, or I'll come and learn from you. You understand? So when the white man is winning wars, like America, for example, they go to war, they win, they do. You have to learn from how they're doing it. You go and read their books. You understand? Before you want to say you want war, how many books have you read about war? Many Nigerians.
How many libraries do you have in Nigeria? How many libraries do you have in Nigeria? You keep talking like, without taking cognizance of what the environment is like.
Libraries, it doesn't mean you can't find books.
No, you talk without taking cognizance of the environment.
There's something called e-book. You don't need
so everybody can read in Nigeria, Boko Haram, they can read.
You can go on the internet and order e-book and read book online. So don't give out.
Your assumptions are always so, You
can buy e-book.
All right, Mike.
Let me direct you where I can find book about war. Go to Amazon.com and
you don't teach me about war. I know, but I'm telling you about others. I know about. I'm a strategist anyway. I read strategy from Alexander the Great to date, so you can't tell me about war. Even though you might have been a soldier, but I can command you on how to, activate war.
So you were able to find
what are you talking about?
But then you are telling other Nigerians.
Yeah, because I read to that extent. How many people had the opportunity? How many people had the opportunity to read to that extent?
All right.
Come on, Mike.
Just
consider it about other people.
Sentences so that Sally can have the final word and then.
But she's the one interrupting now. I'm talking.
Sorry.
Yeah, because you're talking a lot of jargon.
You gave me time to talk. Somebody interrupt me and you're blaming me for that.
Sorry, Mike. I've muted Sally, so the floor is not yours. Yeah, carry on. But make it brief, though. Yeah.
The thing about people is, if we want to be free or want to get to where we want to go, it's not. We have to develop something called emotional intelligence. We don't act on emotion or follow somebody based on emotion. We have to sit and analyze things. Go and read books about the thing you are trying to do. If it's war you want to fight, go and read books about war. Understand war completely. Go and study societies that has fought war. And the good thing is, there is nothing that's happened in the past where someone hasn't written a book about it. The successes of every battles that happened in the past, World War II, American Revolution. Even people look at when I see some people describe how we can fight the government, saying, "Oh, we can't. They have weapons. No, 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 no. If you go and read the book about the U.S. Revolution, when the British was they had the most was 100 times more powerful than the rebels in the United States. Someone like Benjamin Franklin said, "Listen, I can highland the very continents. Let's use the terrain to defeat them." There's so many war strategies, like people we can invite. So what I'm saying is, Nigerians need to understand something. If you want to achieve anything, first thing first, you go and do your studies. Go and do your studies. It's the brain you have to use, not your emotion. So when I spoke, say, when Ajali Koko disagree with me that no, I'm jumping behind Ariel, no, and I'm leaning to I should lean towards Igbo instead of Ariel, no. When I analyze both men, first of all, Igbo, yes, he has the voice, he's the one with the energy and everything. But if I'm someone that will act on emotion, I will lean towards Igbo and say, hey, let me run behind this guy because he's the one shouting, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. But when I listen to Ariel, no, give his own analysis, I'm like, okay, this guy here understands warfare more because I'm someone that understands war. You take time. If you want to fight 7-day war, you spend 7 years to plan it. You understand? Because war is the last thing you want to lose. Because when you lose a war, it will take you 100 years to recover. You have to plan a war. Victory is when you win a war, you enjoy the victory for 100 years. If you lose a war, you suffer defeat for 100 years. Take your time to plan the war, strategize. Go and study war, study what it is, your environment, study your enemies, study what. Take your time to plan everything. That's my saying. But some people just.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
Let me say the last thing. Let me say I'm not done.
So talk about peace instead, not war.
Yeah. See what I say about this Igbo situation is this. I think just like the senator said, these Buhari guys, they're just making decisions without thinking. It's like they're making a literate decision, like they are brainless decisions. And what they don't understand is this. It's this Igbo situation. What they don't understand is this.
Oh, Mike, please don't take me down.
Done now. Seconds. Listen, for every action you make, there's going to be chain reactions. You understand? The kind of chain reaction that there's likely to happen with this Igbo situation. I'm telling you, man, it's going to be worse than Boko Haram and everything they've ever seen. I'm telling you, based on the knowledge I have, things that I know, it depends. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but some things I see, if the government don't take time to go and really speak with some people that know some things that they don't know, that I know, the chain reaction might be very devastating.
The government don't know some things, but you, Mike, know them. What are you talking about, Mike?
You telling me illiterate Buhari know more than me?
I'm pretty certain that Buhari knows more than you in a lot of things. A lot. I mean, he's the president of two. Come on, man. He's an illiterate.
You guys just believe those people because they wear agbada and they are your leaders, so they are supreme.
That's why the country is backward.
That's why you guys go and vote for them.
He has access to the best brains that the country has to offer. He has access to
which brains
that Nigeria has to offer.
Name a brain around Buhari. Name one brain around him.
Oshibanjo is a brain. Lai Mohammed is a brain. Fashola is a brain.
If Osibanjo is such a brain,
these are the people that he speaks to on a daily basis, and you speak to me on a daily basis.
Because they can speak grammar and means they have brain. These people know nothing about.
He's a law professor. He doesn't have a brain.
Yeah, those people are that's not brain to me. What you guys are calling brain in Africa is
okay. What do you call a brain?
Brain is beyond college degree. If you name one person with a philosophy,
are you not saying that Buhari doesn't have a school start just now? And
getting college education is not brain, man. It's just
does that not run contrary to what you just said now? That Buhari is uneducated, therefore he's not as clever as you.
Okay. Anyway, what I said.
All right. Thank you, Mike. We'll leave it there. So that was Mike. Celibis, just if you can just sum it off in very short words, because I think I've reached my peak. So Celibis, the floor.
One man, you always keep me here. You don't allow me. You always keep me for the review or the summary or the everything.
Yeah, you know people delight in hearing your summations. Now you know that.
Well, all I can say, everything has been said. That needs saying, and I'll have no more to say. The truth is, this government is worse than Abacha government. Even Abacha did not show blood glaringly. Even when he went to hang Ken Sauriro, at least he took him through a kangaroo court. That's what I'll say. But every other thing that's happening right now is showing every sign of a very failed entity. called Nigeria, and it's a disgrace to all that is happening. That they could actually do things better. Even this Kano thing would not have come up if things were not going right. And they had enough time to actually settle Kano, or call him, talk to him, bring everyone to the table, let the Igbos know what is the issue and all that. And we don't need to go through all of this processes of pain, anxiety, suffering, killings, and all that kind of thing. We're not branding ourselves. We're basically bringing ourselves to the precipice. And the whole world is watching, and they're seeing how we're going. It's affecting our nature, it's affecting our identity, it's affecting our well-being and everything all put together. So it's about time that people need to actually come out and talk. Even if it's war, there can be war, right? Even the war of words is still a war, or whatever they're doing now, as Mike even agreed, is still a war, because if you're going to arrest someone and then basically you enter the premises shooting and, bloody at everybody, everyone could see the blood. So there's nothing to hide there. Everyone can see the blood. Everyone can see all the atrocities that they've committed. And when this actually happened in that particular village, and this is my advocacy, when it happened at Igongo, I think some weeks back, the president came and talk about how he's going to teach the Igbos in the language they understand, and that they are basically a dot in a circle, and all of that. He never even mentioned about all that actually happened at, the people that were actually killed, the village that was burned down, and all the people that were taken away. And he mentioned nothing. And he was just like one person who was so angry. He can't be angry over 200 million people. He is just one man. He should piss off. If he cannot, if he cannot direct his own country and his own people to be part of it, part of that engagement to build a good country and citizenship that is worth anyone looking at, then he should not even be talking, because he's not even qualified. He's not so-called eminently qualified, but he's not even qualified on a first level, which is maybe just basic secondary school, to be in power, because he doesn't understand anything about people. And basically, each time he comes out, he's basically insulting our fathers, insulting our grandfathers, insulting us, insulting our children, insulting our grandchildren. Any generations that we have available, he's insulting them.
All right.
So we shouldn't be listening to him and trying to make excuses for him and all that. He's in the leadership. Leadership is everything. Leadership is everything that we ought to be it infrastructure, whatever, well-being, whatever. It depends on the leadership. And when the leadership is not right, everything will fall apart. And that's what we are.
All right. Thank you, Sally. Brilliant as ever. You ask why I leave you too late, and then you produce a masterpiece speech. Sally Beans, ladies and gentlemen, the Silky Tones. So that was Sally, and this is me saying goodbye. But before I say goodbye, that invitation again for you to click on the red subscribe button so you're a member of the team. We want to be hitting targets as we go on. So what we have at the moment is a gathering. There's just a few hundred of us every single day coming together. But with that gathering, we want to turn it into a movement. And for it to be a movement, we need the numbers. And for us to get the numbers, we need the subscription. So everything works in tandem, and it starts from you clicking that red subscribe button. So whether you like the cut of my jib or you don't like the cut of my jib, whether you find some of the narratives are annoying or offensive, the fact is it engages you almost on a daily basis, where you ebb and flow with however it is being presented. So that is what it provides, and what you need to provide is to subscribe. So do that right now and immediately, and come join me then after having done that in the comment section to progress the conversation. So I leave you here. Carry the conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.